It's about dang time I finished this last chapter. Work on the next book in the line, which is this book on piano playing. Here we are going to finish Mongoose Pocket Player's Handbook. Okay. And yes, I was thinking that I already read like all of the list of spells. No, this is spell descriptions. And it goes all the way to the end, which I'm not going to read the index, of course. Indexes are important. Being tripped prone. Bestow curse. Big and little creatures in combat. Index is important. That's a whole lot of spell description. Covering health. This is combat. Magic. This one's magic and spells. I read magic and spells and then got the spell descriptions. Magic and spells. Anyway, spell descriptions. Augury, baleful polymorph, bane, banishment, bark skin. There's endurance. And so, bear's endurance, transmutation. Level cleric 2, druid 2, ranger 2, sorcerer wizard 2. Components VS BF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touched. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw will negates. Harmless. Spell resistance yes. The affected creature gains greater vitality and stamina. The spell grants the subject a +4 enhancement bonus to Constitution, which adds the usual benefits to hit points, fortitude saves, Constitution checks, and so forth. Hit points gained by a temporary increase in Constitution score are not temporary hit points. They go away when the subject's Constitution drops back to normal. They are not lost first as temporary hit points are. Bear's endurance, mass, transmutation, level cleric 6, druid 6, sorcerer wizard 6. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet by or per 2 levels. I really think I'd like to make a magic system where you you need a material component, a focus to do like for druids to do their shape shifting. And it's got to be like relevant. Like, deer antlers to turn into a deer. Bear cloak to turn into a bear, stuff like that. Targets. 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Mass Bear's endurance works like Bear's endurance, except that it affects multiple creatures. So at level 6, you can turn like 6 creatures into a bear. Or 2. Did it say 2? Bestow curse, necromancy. Level cleric 3, sorcerer wizard 4. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touched. Duration permanent. Saving throw will negates. Spell resistance yes. You place a curse on the subject. Choose one of the following 3 effects. -6 decrease to an ability score, minimum 1. -4 penalty on attack rolls, saves, ability checks, and skill checks. Each turn, the target has a 50% chance to act normally. Otherwise, it takes no action. Use a little dagger shape for the bulletin points. I like that. Level 3. Standard action range. Creature tug permanent. You replace a curse. Okay. The curse bestowed by this spell cannot be dispelled, but it can be removed with a break enchantment, limited wish, miracle, remove curse, or wish spell. Bestow curse counters. Remove curse. Binding. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components of VSM. Casting time 1 minute. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 living creature. Duration C. Text D. Saving throw will negate. See text. Spell resistance yes. A binding spell creates a magical restraint to hold a creature. The target gets an initial saving throw only if its hit dice equal at least 1/2 of your caster level. You may have as many as 6 assistants help you with the spell. For each assistant who casts Suggestion, your caster level for this casting of Binding increases by 1. For each assistant who casts Dominate Animal, Dominate Person, or Dominate Monster, your caster level for this casting of Binding increases by a number equal to 1/3 of that assistant's level, providing that the spell's target is appropriate for a binding spell. Since the assistant spells are cast simply to improve your caster level for the purpose of the binding spell, saving throws and spell resistance against assistant spells are irrelevant. Your caster level determines whether the target gets an initial will saving throw and how long the binding lasts. All binding spells are dismissible. Against the assistant spells are irrelevant. Okay. Regardless of the version of binding you cast. Let's see. Binding spell creates a magical restraint to hold a creature. It's an initial saving throw only if its hit dice equal to at least 1/2 your caster level. So, does that count for your assistants giving you the helpful, like the buff spells, like buff up your magic? Assistant spells. They cast Dominate Person or they cast Suggestion on you. It improves your caster level. So, I guess if you do it after a creature whose hit dice 1/2 your level, I guess your normal level. If it's 1/2 your normal level, probably. Regardless of version of binding you cast, you can specify triggering conditions that end the spell and release the creature whenever they occur. These triggers can be as simple or elaborate as you desire, but the condition must be reasonable and have a likelihood of coming to pass. The conditions can be based on a creature's name, identity, or alignment, but otherwise must be based on observable actions or qualities. Intangibles such as level, class, hit dice, or hit points don't qualify. Once the spell is cast, its triggering conditions cannot be changed. Setting a release condition increases the save DC, assuming a saving throw is allowed, by 2. If you are casting any of the first 3 versions of binding, those with limited durations, you may cast additional binding spells to prolong the effect since the durations overlap. If you do so, the target gets a saving throw at the end of the first spell's duration, even if your caster level was high enough to disallow an initial saving throw. If the creature succeeds on this save, all of the binding spells it has received are broken. Interesting. The binding spell has 6 versions. Choose one of the following versions when you cast the spell. Chaining. The subject is confined by restraints that generate an antipathy spell affecting all creatures who approach the subject except you. Antipathy spell. The duration is 1 year per caster level. A year? The subject of this form of binding is confined to the spot it occupied when it received the spell. Slumber. This version causes the subject to become comatose for as long as 1 year per caster level. The subject does not need to eat or drink while slumbering, nor does it age. This form of binding is more difficult to cast than chaining, making it slightly easier to resist. Reduce the spell's save DC by 1. I'd have to feed all of these weird rules into an AI game generator, and then I'd tweak it. Tweak it as needed. Hedged prison. The subject is transported to or otherwise brought within a confined area from which it cannot wander by any means. The effect is permanent. Reduce the save DC by 3. The effect is permanent. Hedged prison. Whoa, what? The effect is permanent. They can't ever get out of the maze. Oh, but imagine that. Imagine, like, there'd be a wizard castle that you need to go and, quest, and he's got this, like, vast labyrinth all around his castle, and if he casts that on you, you're stuck in there forever. Bro, I need to write this game. Metamorphosis. The subject assumes gaseous form, except for its head or face. It is held harmless in a jar or other container, which may be transparent if you so choose. The creature remains aware of its surroundings and can speak, but it cannot leave the container, attack, or use any of its powers or abilities. Oh man, gaseous form, except for its head and face. And you put it in a jar. That's dirty. That should be a really difficult spell. The binding is permanent. The subject does not need to breathe, eat, or drink while metamorphosed, nor does it age. Reduce save DC by 4. What is this? Like, binding? Sorcerer, wizard, level 8. Okay, so this is a high-ranking spell. Casting up 1 minute. Target duration. It depends. It's a will saving throw. That's messed up. The level 8 wizard in the tower might keep you in a jar. It is a tower. That's terrible. Hoping he don't turn you into a Rainbow Dash doll. Minimus containment. The subject is shrunk to a height of 1 inch. Or even less. 28 millimeters. And held within some gem, jar, or similar object. The binding is permanent. The subject does not need to breathe, eat, or drink while contained, nor does it age. Reduce the save DC by 4. Okay, so now the wizard, the level 8 wizard, you go and, try to, mess up his castle and steal his shit. He has a great big D&D game board, and he's going to put you as a miniature on the board. Well, he keeps other people in the glass jar or in the labyrinth. I wonder if he could cast hedged prison on you and put you in as minimized on the board. Oh man, yeah, that would be You'd be running a risk. You'd have to attack him before he could cast that on you. You'd have to disable them somehow before he could cast Minimus Containment and then Hedged Prison on you. He puts you on his game board. Makes you play chess. There's a chessboard in the middle of the game map. In his labyrinth. Or the game board could be at the bottom of the tower. And you pass by and you're like, oh, that's nice. What's all in these jars? And his bedroom's up at the top, and his books and his stuff is all over the inside of the tower. It's like a big old wraparound bookshelf. All up in it. Stone crafted out of cardboard, and I had to put like where the bookcases would have gaps in between them. That would be some structural integrity for the tower itself, like big steel poles. This wizard enemy character is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna have the AI help me write it. You can't dispel a binding spell with dispel magic or a similar effect. Though an anti-magic field or mage's disjunction affects it normally, a bound extraplanar creature cannot be sent back to its home plane due to dismissal, banishment, or a similar effect. Oh, wow. Anti-magic field or mage's dysfunction affects it normally. Anti-magic field mages. Okay, so you'd have to cast Mage's Disjunction or Anti-Magic Field on the game board, and then somehow, cast another spell to make your team members or the quest giver free again. Components. The components for a binding spell vary according to the version of the spell, but they always include a continuous chanting utterance read from the scroll or spellbook page containing the spell. Somatic gestures and materials appropriate to the form of binding used. These components can include such items as miniature chains of special metals, soporific herbs of the rarest sort, for example, slumber bindings, a bell jar of the finest crystal, and the like. So yeah, this table is like is very special component, and he puts you on. He minimizes you and puts you in it. The table itself could be made of bell jar of the finest crystal. Let's say it's the wood of a magical tree, right? That would be cool. So you attack this wizard whose tower is. The tower itself is made of like amazingly beautiful stones. It was made in Atlantis and shit like that. Level 8 wizard, maybe he's an Atlantean. He's ancient, and he's got this big old maze of a labyrinth around his tower, and then at the base of this tower he has this giant gaming board, and in the center of that is a chessboard. Yeah. Oh man, that's a really cool idea. In addition to the specially made props suited to the specific type of binding, cost 500 GP. The spell requires opals worth at least 500 GP gold pieces for each HD of the target, and a vellum depiction or carved statuette of the subject to be captured. Neato. There's opals. Hit dice. You need a bunch of opals. Okay. So this wizard's going to require a crap ton of opals. If you run into him outside of his tower, maybe he tasks you with gathering opals And it could be the climax of the campaign where he's just up in the tower and you realize he's evil, so you attack him. But at first, he's like giving you quests and stuff. Ooh, have the AI help me with that. Write this enemy to go and attack and stuff. Yeah, I'm writing characters based on the spells and the descriptions, and crafter characters in the town based off of the crafting thing. Written a little bit of that. And a vellum depiction or carved statuette of the subject to be captured. Okay, so you can't just okay. Why didn't they have this at the top? So the binding spell creates a magical trait, but you require a target. You need some opals and a vellum depiction or carved statuette of the subject to be captured. So what if he yeah, it could be a long campaign where he tricks you into letting him make these little things of you. Maybe or maybe he hires some crafter. It could be this like deep like chain of events where he goes up to one of the crafter characters and he says, "Hey, these guys help me out. How about you help me make some little statues of them? I'll give them to them as a quest item." And then he's going to tell you that he gives them to you as a quest item. That'll be like, "Oh, I had these statues made of you because you helped me so much." Oh, this is good shit. So he gives you these quests and he rewards you with these statues. And but before he gives them to you, you go in there and then he tries to just like turn you into game pieces on his board. He's collecting people. He's collecting them in jars and he's collecting them in miniature on his board, and he like swaps them out. Because within his tower is a special magical field that allows him to do this. He lures you in and he decides to trap you until you gotta fight your way out. Oh, yeah, like at first you seem like you go and get your prize for helping him with this awesome quest. The wizard gives you this quest. You go, you defeat the dragon, and maybe you can defeat the dragon in the opal cave. Maybe the dragon's got an opal cave. Opal dragon. Go defeat an opal dragon. I think it's a thing, right? Opal dragons, is that a thing? It's every kind of damn dragon. He's a mushroom dragon, man. I want me a mushroom dragon. Oh, I want a mushroom dragon. So he has you go and defeat the opal dragon in the opal cave. And and then you like bring all these opals back to him, like, look, and he's like, "Oh, I will give you a great bunch of loot and prizes and these little miniatures I had made of you." And you get there and he just like traps you. If you brought him a lot of opals, he wouldn't have a hard time of it. It's interesting. That's a great idea. So let's see. Sorcerer Wizard 4. Black Tentacles. Conjuration. Level Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components VSM. You only need to be a level 4 wizard for this. He could definitely cast this on you. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area, 20-foot radius. Spread, duration, 1 round per level. The saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. This spell conjures a field of rubbery black tentacles, each 10 feet long. These waving members seem to spring forth from the earth, floor, or whatever surface is underfoot. You need a piece of tentacle from a giant octopus or a giant squid material component. So to cast this, all he has to have is a piece of tentacle. It doesn't say it has to be fresh. Imagine him, like, you go in, you figured him out, so he casts black tentacles on you, and he casts those binding spells after he's won and plays with you like your miniatures. I'm probably casting more spells on you to make you do what he wants. Dude, love this idea. So dark. It's so dark. He's got this nice map and he's got enemies on it, and he just wants you to play out the game. And it's, yeah, he'll make players self-aware real quick. It's funny. Anyway, black tentacles. The spell conjures a field of rubbery black tentacles. So these waving members seem to spring forth from whatever's underfoot, including water. They grasp and entwine around creatures that enter the area, holding them fast and crushing them with great strength. You cast that in the labyrinth and you're fucked. Every creature within the area of the spell must make a grapple check, opposed by the grapple check of the tentacles. Treat the tentacles attacking a particular target as a large creature with a base attack bonus equal to your caster level and a strength score of 19. Thus, its grapple check modifier is equal to your caster level plus 8. The tentacles are immune to all types of damage. Wow. Once the tentacles grapple an opponent, they may make a grapple check each round on your turn to deal 1d6 plus 4 points of bludgeoning damage. The tentacles continue to crush the opponent until the spell ends or the opponent escapes. Any creature that enters the area of the spell is immediately attacked by the tentacles. Yeah, this is in the labyrinth. Oh, that would be awesome. Each creature, even creatures who aren't grappling with the tentacles, must move through the area at only half normal speed. So, yeah, the wizard puts this spell in his labyrinth. The spell conjures a field. So he probably one round per level, 20-foot radius, range medium. So yeah, if you're engaged in combat with him in his labyrinth, he can cast this, and that would be bad. It would be bad for you. Blade Barrier. Evocation. Force. Level Cleric 6. Good 6. War 6. Level Cleric. Good and War. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect, a wall of whirling blades. You have to be a good wizard or a cleric to pass to a cleric of good and war to cast this. So that's good. It's up to 20 feet long level or a. Okay, so you cast this on the tentacles. But then you find out they're immune to damage. Like you tried doing this and then but the tentacles aren't damageable. And then what do you do? Whirling blades with a radius of up to 5 feet per 2 levels, either form 20 feet high. Come up with a good campaign for clerics. Say you said it in say a monastery quest giver. If you find out about in the monastery and you ask the right questions, you can get the quest to stop the wizard before he can have you do quests. Like it could be optional. Like, maybe you go talk to the wizard, maybe you go talk to the monks and the clerics. Monks and clerics in a big monastery. maybe the wizard has a quest to go and fight them, and maybe they have a quest to go and fight him. They're each other's antagonists, and it's up to the player to choose. Rogues might just go up and attack the wizard. Like, nah. It depends on how you play it. If you're a cleric, maybe you start out at the monastery and you go on the quest to defeat the wizard, and you meet up with some rogues and some. Vice versa, you could be, the rogue, and you come across the cleric, and the cleric's like, "Hey, why don't you attack that wizard?" I like to leave my game ideas open to every option. If you want to play as a cleric just for this game, yeah. You can go in as your favorite character. You can choose which character to use. But you have to have the character sheets. Yeah, you're same. It would have to be the same world and then be on the map. You enter this city, and there's the wizard, and there's the tower, and we have that actually. We have one now. It's really neat. Check that out. There's a Blade Home and the Whisper Wood. And I just got a big book of D&D lore and legends. It'll be on the book club list coming up soon. It's a really thick book. Not as thick as this one, but twice as tall. Anyway. Blade barrier. Spell resistance, yes. An vertical curtain of whirling blades shaped of pure force springs into existence. Any creature passing through the wall takes 1d6 points of damage per caster level. Maximum 15d6. Yeah. With a reflex save for half damage. If you evoke the barrier so that it appears where creatures are, each creature takes damage as if passing through the wall. Each such creature can avoid the wall, ending up on the side of its choice, and thus take no damage by making a successful reflex save. A blade barrier provides cover, +4 bonus to AC, +2 bonus on reflex saves against attacks made through it. So while it won't work on the tentacles, you might need it for some of the other critters in the labyrinth. I'm totally writing this game. Blasphemy. Evocation, evil, sonic, level, cleric 7, evil 7, components. This is V. Metal Chalet. Components. V. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 40 feet. Area, non-evil creatures in a 40-foot radius spread centered on you. I think that's a V, not the Roman numeral 5. Okay. Saving throw. None or will negates. See text. Spell resistance, yes. Non-evil creatures in a 40-foot radius spread centered on you. Spell resistance, yes. Any non-evil creature within the area of the blasphemy spell suffers the following ill effects. Evil 7, cleric 7. Spell resistance, any non-evil creature. HD, equal to caster level effect, dazed. Up to caster level -1, weakened, dazed. Up to caster level -5, paralyzed, weakened, dazed. Up to caster level -10, or maybe that's not minus. Caster level 1, 5, and 10. If he's 10 levels above you, killed, paralyzed, weakened, dazed. Effects are cumulative and concurrent. No saving throw is allowed against these effects. Dazed. The creature can take no actions for 1 round, though it defends itself normally. Weakened. The creature's strength score decreases by 2d6 points for 2d4 rounds. Paralyzed. Coffee got cold. Paralyzed. The creature is paralyzed and helpless for 1d10 minutes. Killed. Living creatures die. Undead creatures are destroyed. Furthermore, if you are on your home plane when you cast this spell, non-evil extraplanar creatures within the area are instantly banished back to their home planes. Yeah, evil characters can cast this. Their home planes. Creatures so banished cannot return for at least 24 hours. This effect takes place regardless of whether the creatures hear the blasphemy. The banishment effect allows a will save at a -4 penalty to negate. Creatures whose hit dice exceed your caster level are unaffected by blasphemy. Bless. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level Cleric 1, Paladin 1. Components VS DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 50 feet. Area. The caster and all allies within a 50-foot burst centered on the caster. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes, harmless. Bless fills your allies with courage. Each ally gains a +1 morale bonus on attack rolls and on saving throws against fear effects. Bless counters and dispels Bane. Bless water. Transmutation good. Level Cleric 1, Paladin 1. Components VSM. Casting time 1 minute. Range touch. Target flask of water touched. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw will negate object. Spell resistance yes, object. The transmutation imbues a flask 1 pint of water with positive energy, turning it into holy water. Material component 5 pounds of powdered silver worth 25 gold pieces. Whoa. Bless water. Okay. Bless weapon. Transmutation level Paladin 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target weapon touched. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. This transmutation makes a weapon strike true against evil foes. The weapon is treated as having a +1 enhancement bonus for the purpose of bypassing the damage reduction of evil creatures or striking evil incorporeal creatures, though the spell doesn't grant an actual enhancement bonus. The weapon also becomes good, which means it can bypass the damage reduction of certain creatures. This effect overrides and suppresses any other alignment the weapon might have. So individual arrows or bolts can be transmuted, but affected projectile weapons such as bows don't confer the benefit to the projectiles they shoot. Okay, so if you can bless the bow, but it doesn't therefore bless the arrows. In addition, all critical hit rolls against evil foes are automatically successful, so every threat is a critical hit. This last effect does not apply to any weapon that already has a magical effect related to critical hits, such as a keen weapon or a vorpal sword. Blight. Necromancy. Level. Druid 4, Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VS DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw. Fortitude half. See text. Spell resistance yes. This spell withers a single plant of any size. An affected plant creature takes 1d6 points of damage per level. Maximum 15d6. Is a shambling mound something that could be? Can you blight a shambling mound? That would be good. It may attempt a fortitude saving throw for half damage. A plant that isn't a creature doesn't receive a save and immediately withers and dies. This spell has no effect on the soil or surrounding plant life. So that's what Madam Mim cast on that flower on her windowsill. She cast blight on that poor little flower. She finds delight in the gruesome and grim. She loves games, you know. So, I want to do. Merlin, Mim, map, the forest swappage. Yeah, the map of the forest swappage. It was a separate idea from the wizard and the labyrinth, but they're just in a. Oh, sad boy. Oh, sad. It's a beautiful day outside. Where's that? Peekaboo. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Intermission. Bad boy. Yeah, I said to come in the kitchen and eat lunch. Go in the kitchen and put one. All right. Okay. I don't see time on here. says return. 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 Okay. So yeah, blight. That's what Mad Madam M cast on that flower. We'll make a map of the forest swatch. The castle in the middle, and on the south side is Merlin's place, and on the north side is Mim's place. Blindness, deafness, necromancy. Level, Bard 2, Cleric 3, Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Components, V. Because it's verbal. What does V stand for? Verbal anomalies? Somatic and material components. VS and M's. It's big verbal, somatic, and material. So verbal component, casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Target, 1 living creature. Duration, permanent, D. Saving throw, fortitude, negates. Spell resistance, yes. You call upon the powers of unlife to render the subject blinded or deafened as you choose, and then you cast blasphemy on them and they get all messed up. Cleric 7, Evil 7. Bard 2, Cleric 3, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Yeah, so we'll level 7 Evil. Cleric can do that too. Blink. So a Sorcerer Wizard can cast blindness, deafness. Blink. Transmutation. Level, Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components, VS. Hold on, I gotta go see what that noise was. Naughty boy. You go eat in the kitchen, please. Alright, back. I need the Monty Python intermission music. Blink. Transmutation. Level, Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components, VS. So, verbal and somatic components. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, personal. Target, you. Duration, 1 round per level, D. You blink back and forth between the material plane and the ethereal plane. So, Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. You look as though you're winking in and out of reality very quickly and at random. Bards doing this during a performance would be amazing. Sorcerer that you attack in the tower. If he could do this, because it's like he's a high level wizard, so if he can do this, you are screwed. Blinking has several effects as follows. Physical attacks against you have 50% miss chance, and the blind fight feat doesn't help opponents, since you're ethereal and not merely invisible. If the attack is capable of striking ethereal creatures, the miss chance is only 20% for concealment. If the attacker can see invisible creatures, the miss chance is also only 20%. For an attacker who can both see and strike ethereal creatures, there is no miss chance. Likewise, your own attacks have a 20% miss chance, since you sometimes go ethereal just as you are about to strike. Okay, so you can't even control it. You just kind of blink in and out. Any individually targeted spell has a 50% chance to fail against you while you're blinking unless your attacker can target invisible ethereal creatures. Your own spells have a 20% chance to activate just as you go ethereal, in which case they typically do not affect the material plane. While blinking, you take only half damage from area attacks, but full damage from those that extend onto the ethereal plane. You strike as an invisible creature with a +2 bonus on attack rolls, denying your target any dexterity bonus to AC. You take only half damage from falling, since you fall only while you are material. While blinking, you can step through but not see through solid objects. For each 5 feet of solid material you walk through, there is a 50% chance that you become material. If this occurs, you are shunted off to the nearest open space and take 1d6 points of damage per 5 feet so traveled. You can, at least you don't become one with the stone. You can move at only 3/4 speed because movement on the ethereal plane is at half speed. And you spend about half your time there and half your time material. Since you spend about half your time on the ethereal plane, you can see and even attack ethereal creatures. You interact with ethereal creatures roughly the same way you interact with material ones. Ethereal. An ethereal creature is invisible, incorporeal, and capable of moving in any direction, even up or down. As an incorporeal creature, you can move through solid objects, including living creatures. An ethereal creature can see and hear the material plane, but everything looks gray and insubstantial. Sight and hearing on the material plane are limited to 60 feet. Force effects and abjurations affect you normally. Their effects extend onto the ethereal plane from the material plane, but not vice versa. An ethereal creature can attack material creatures, and spells you cast while ethereal affect only other ethereal things. Certain material creatures or objects have attacks or effects that work on the ethereal plane. Treat other ethereal creatures and objects as material. Material creature can attack material creature spells you cast while ethereal affect only other ethereal things. Material creature objects have attacks or effects that work on the ethereal plane. Treat other ethereal creatures and objects as material. So these are like mirror planes of existence. The veil is above, so below. But this is left and right. Blur. Illusion. Glamour. Level. Bard 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components. V. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Touch. Range. Touch. What are you doing, you silly boy? Volleyball. Target. Creature touched. Duration 1 minute per level. D. Saving throw. Will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. The subject's outline appears blurred, shifting, and wavering. This distortion grants the subject concealment, 20% mischance. A see invisibility spell does not counteract the blur effect, but a true seeing spell does. Opponents that cannot see the subject ignore the spell's effect, though fighting an unseen opponent carries penalties of its own. Break enchantment. Abjuration. Level, Bard 4, Cleric 5, Luck 5, Pal 4, Paladin. Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VS. Casting time 1 minute. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets up to 1 creature per level, all within 30 feet of each other. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, see text. Spell resistance, null. This spell frees victims from enchantments, transmutations, and curses. Break enchantment can reverse even an instantaneous effect. For each such effect, you make a caster level check, 1d20 plus caster level, maximum plus 15, against a DC of 11 plus caster level of the effect. Success means that the creature is free of the spell, curse, or effect. For a cursed magic item, the DC is 25. If the spell is one that cannot be dispelled by dispel magic, break enchantment works only if that spell is 5th level or lower. So can you use this to free your people from the wizard's game board? If the effect comes from some permanent magic item, break enchantment does not remove the curse from the item, but it does freeze. It does freeze. Like page 240. Weird syntax typo. But it do free the victim from the item's effects. Bull strength. Transmutation. Level cleric 2, druid 2, paladin 2, sorcerer 2, strength 2. Components VS, MDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touched. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes, harmless. The subject becomes stronger. The spell grants a +4 enchantment bonus to strength, adding the usual benefits to melee attack rolls, melee damage rolls, and other uses of the strength modifier. Arcane material component. A few hairs or a pinch of dung from a bull. I don't know. I think you should have to have a bull's horn or a hoof or something. But yeah, I like having a bone from the bull. Hairs or dung, I don't think should count. I think it should be a bone. Bull strength, mass transmutation. Level, cleric 6, druid 6, sorcerer wizard 6. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like Bull's Strength, except that it affects multiple creatures. The subject becomes stronger. The spell grants a +4 enchantment bonus to Strength, adding the usual benefits to melee attack rolls, melee damage rolls, and other uses of the Strength modifier. Burning Hands. Evocation Fire. Level Fire 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 15 feet. Area cone-shaped burst. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw reflex half. Spell resistance yes. A cone of searing flame shoots from your fingertips. Any creature in the area of the flame takes 1d4 points of fire damage per caster level. Maximum 5d4. Flammable materials burn if the flames touch them. A character can extinguish burning items as a full round action. Only verbal and somatic components. Call lightning. Evocation. Electricity. Level. Druid 3. Components of verbal and somatic. Casting time 1 round. Range medium 100 foot plus 10 foot per level. Effect 1 or more 30-foot long vertical lines of lightning. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw reflex half. Spell resistance yes. Immediately upon completion of the spell and once per round thereafter, you may call down a 5-foot wide, 30-foot long vertical bolt of lightning that deals 3d6 points of electricity damage. The bolt of lightning flashes down in a vertical stroke at whatever target point you choose within the spell's range, measured from your position at the time. Any creature in the target square or in the path of the bolt is affected. I like to think that instead of just going, it arcs around. Depending on any magical effects in the area, I suppose. You need not call a bolt of lightning immediately. Other actions, even spellcasting, can be performed. However, each round after the first, you may use a standard action concentrating on the spell to call a bolt. You may call a total number of bolts equal to your caster level, maximum 10 bolts. Neat. So casting time is 1 round. So you cast this, and once per round thereafter, you may call another one. 1 or more 30-foot long vertical lines of lightning. Druid 3. I'd like to think that while you're casting this, the sky just darkens. It's rumbling with the negative ions. You call forth the negative ions, and then you can cast bolts of lightning. Verbal and somatic component. If you are outdoors and in a stormy area, a rain, shower, clouds, and wind, hot and cloudy conditions, or even a tornado, including a whirlwind formed by a djinn or an air elemental of at least large size, each bolt deals 3d10 points of electricity damage instead of 3d6. This spell functions indoors or underground, but not underwater. Call Lightning Storm. Evocation Electricity. Druid 5 level. Druid 5. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. This spell functions like Call Lightning, except that each bolt deals 5d6 points of electricity damage, or 5d10 if created outdoors in a stormy area, and you may call a maximum of 15 bolts. Calm Animals. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind Affecting. Level Animal 1, Druid 1, Ranger 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets animals within 30 feet of each other. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw will negates. See text. Spell resistance, yes. This spell soothes and quiets animals, rendering them docile and harmless. Only ordinary animals, those with intelligence scores of 1 or 2, can be affected by this spell. All the subjects must be of the same kind, and not two may be more than 30 feet apart. The maximum number of hit dice of animals you can affect is equal to 2d4 plus caster level. A dire animal or an animal trained to attack or guard is allowed a saving throw. Other animals are not. So you can try to calm guard dogs. The affected creatures remain where they are and do not attack or flee. They are not helpless and defend themselves normally if attacked. Any threat breaks the spell on the threatened creatures. So as long as you don't look like you're a threat, they'll just be calm. But if you try to attack them, then it's over. Calm emotions. Enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level, Bard 2, Cleric 2, Law 2. Component VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area, creatures in a 20-foot radius spread. Duration, concentration up to 1 round per level. D. Saving throw, will negates. Spell resistance, yes. This spell calms agitated creatures. You have no control over the affected creatures. But calm emotions can stop raging creatures from fighting or joyous ones from reveling. Creatures so affected cannot take violent actions, although they can defend themselves or do anything destructive. Any aggressive action against or damage dealt to a calmed creature immediately breaks the spell on all calmed creatures. This spell automatically suppresses but does not dispel any morale bonuses granted by spells such as Bless, Good Hope, and Rage, as well as negating a bard's ability to inspire courage or a barbarian's rage ability. It also suppresses any fear effects and removes the confused condition from all targets. While the spell lasts, a suppressed spell or effect has no effect. When the calm emotion spell ends, the original spell or effect takes hold of the creature again, provided that its duration has not expired in the meantime. Calms agitated creatures. You have no control over the affected creatures, but they can stop raging monsters from fighting, or joyous ones from reveling. Any aggressive action against or damage dealt breaks the spell on all of them. Creatures in the 20-foot radius. This spell automatically suppresses but does not dispel any morale bonuses. Bless, Good Hope. So it suppresses Bless, Good Hope, and Rage. And negates the bard's ability to inspire. Suppresses fear effects. And only while the spell lasts. But when its spell ends, the duration, concentration up to 1 round per level. D. Cat's Grace. Transmutation. Bard 2, Druid 2, Ranger 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target creature touched. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw, will negates. Harmless. Spell resistance, yes. The transmuted creature becomes more graceful, agile, and coordinated. The spell grants a +4 enhancement bonus to dexterity, adding the usual benefits to AC, reflex saves, and other uses of the dexterity modifier. Material component, a pinch of cat fur. No, I really think you should have to have a bone. Fur? You could have like a whole fur. You know, nice saved like fur. Or like a fur lined, cat fur lined cloak. or hood, you know, like a little hooded cloak lined with cat fur. And so we'd have to have a character that makes magical items make that. And also make like a big, nice, bearskin cloak with its paws attached. So you have to have the claws on there in the cloak for you to transform into a bear. And then you have to have an antler headdress to turn into a deer. But this one, I think you should have to have a cat fur lined hood, or even cat fur lined boots. You can make a whole set of things. All cat fur lined things to increase the cat's grace, maybe. Cat fur lined boots and bracers, and a hood. Although, like if you're wearing a deer headdress, you might just want the boots and bracers. Boots and bracers lined with cat fur. A bear's cloak, deer headdress. Yeah, I want to make this. We can go on Hero Forge a little bit. Make an STL. Cat's grace, mass, transmutation. Level, Bard 6, Druid 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Range, close, 25 foot plus 5 foot per 2 levels. Targets 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like Cat's Grace, except that it affects multiple creatures. But you still need a material component to VSM. I like that it's listing them like this now. Cause fear, necromancy, fear, mind affecting. Level Bard 1, Cleric 1, Death 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close, 25 foot plus 5 foot per 2 levels. Definitely want to write a game where it's just clerics. Like all the characters will have to be clerics. It's in a monastery. But it's like just part of a larger world where the wizard's in another place. Forest Suavage is in another third place. And there's a mountain with a big time travel and like big 4D labyrinth inside of it. Big round 4D labyrinth. Cause fear, necromancy, fear, mind affecting. Level 1, Bard. Cleric 1, Death 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 living creature, cause fear, with a 5 or fewer HD. Duration 1d6 rounds per or 1 round. See text. Saving throw, will, partial. Spell resistance, yes. The affected creature becomes frightened. If the subject succeeds on a will save, it is shaken for 1 round. Creatures with 6 or more hit dice are immune to this effect. Cause fear, counters, and dispels remove fear. Chain lightning, evocation electricity, level air 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VSF, casting time 1 standard action. Range long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Targets 1 primary target plus 1 secondary target per level, each of which must be within 30 feet of the primary target. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw, reflex half. Spell resistance, yes. This spell creates an electrical discharge that begins a single stroke commencing from your fingertips. Unlike lightning bolt, chain lightning strikes 1 object or creature initially and then arcs to other targets. The bolt deals 1d6 points of electricity damage per caster level. Maximum 20d6 to the primary target. After it strikes, Lightning can arc to a number of secondary targets, equal to your caster level, maximum 20. The secondary bolts each strike one target and deal half as much damage as the primary one did, rounded down. Each target can attempt a reflex saving throw for half damage. You choose secondary targets as you like, but they must all be within 30 feet of the primary target, and no target can be struck more than once. Ooh, if they were, that would be awful. You can choose to affect fewer secondary targets than the maximum. Focus: a bit of fur, a piece of amber, glass, or a crystal rod, plus 1 silver pin for each of your caster levels. A bit of fur. A piece of amber makes sense. Glass or a crystal rod, plus 1 silver pin for each of your caster levels. Okay, I want to design a material focus for this. A lovely piece of amber and crystal together, and you have to stick the pins in it. Change staff. Transportation. Level Druid 7. Components VSF. Casting time 1 round. Range touch. Target your touched staff. Duration 1 hour per level D. Saving throw? None. Spell resistance? No. You change a specially prepared quarterstaff into a huge treant-like creature, about 24 feet tall. Ooh, I like this. When you plant the end of the staff in the ground and speak a special command to conclude the casting of the spell, your staff turns into a creature that looks and fights just like a treant. The staff treant defends you and obeys any spoken commands. However, it is by no means a true treant. It cannot converse with actual treants or control trees. If the staff treant is reduced to 0 or fewer hit points, it crumbles to powder and the staff is destroyed. Otherwise, the staff returns to its normal form when the spell duration expires or when the spell is dismissed, and it can be used as the focus for another casting of the spell. The staff treant is always at full strength when created, despite any wounds it may have incurred the last time it appeared. Focus. The quarterstaff, which must be specially prepared. The staff must be a sound limb cut from an ash, oak, or yew, and then cured, shaped, carved, and polished. A process requiring 28 days. Oh, I definitely want to write this one out. Have the druid go and work with a woodworker to make the staff. Oh yes, good storytelling. You cannot adventure or engage in other strenuous activity during the shaping and carving of the staff. So 28 days. Oh, I would love to write a story about this. Definitely want to write a story about this. Right. plug in that phone. Right. So, Chaos Hammer. Evocation. Chaotic. Level Chaos 4. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area 20-foot radius. Burst. Duration instantaneous 1d6 rounds. See text. Saving throw will partial. See text. Spell resistance yes. You unleash a chaotic power to smite your enemies. The power takes the form of a multicolored explosion of leaping, ricocheting energy. Only lawful and neutral, not chaotic creatures are harmed by the spell. Chaos 4. Mm-hmm. Got you. Silly boy. Yeah? What? No, I didn't glue it. I just put it there. It must have fell off again then. I mean, that's possible, but I haven't seen it. So, I really thought it was still in there. Check around the console. I might have tried to put it. I couldn't get it to stay, so I might have put it in the console. Oh, I have it on Do Not Disturb because I don't want scam calls. But, but calling me this way, it does actually notify me. I get too many scam calls. I just leave my phone on Do Not Disturb. Go ahead and just get on me this way. Oh my goodness, Ariana is so good. Yeah, that's her bouncing up and down, being crazy. Did you see as they are? He's chilling. I'm sure we'll find it. Just keep on hoping. Don't make it a thought, okay? Silly boy. Behave. Behave. Shh. Now relax. There's the time, 1:32. So where was I? Chaos Hammer. Evocation Chaotic. Level Chaos 4. Components VX. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 foot per level. Area 20-foot radius. Burst. Duration instantaneous. 1d6 rounds. See text. Saving throw. Will partial. See text. Spell resistance. Yes. You unleash chaotic power to smite your enemies. The power to unleash chaotic power to smite your enemies. The power takes the form of a multicolored explosion of leaping, ricocheting energy. Only lawful and neutral, not chaotic creatures are harmed by the spell. The spell deals 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d8 to lawful creatures. Get out. All of you, get out. 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 I act like that in the house. What can I do to smite the children? Spell resistance, chaos power. Okay. The spell deals 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d8 to lawful creatures for 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 10d6 to lawful outsiders and slows them for 1d6 rounds. A slowed creature can take only a single standard action or move action on each of its turns, plus free actions as normal. In addition, it takes a -2 penalty to AC, attack rolls, damage rolls, and reflex saves. A successful will save reduces the damage by half and negates the slow effect. The spell deals only half damage against creatures who are neither lawful nor chaotic, and they are not slowed. Such a creature can reduce the damage by half again, down to 1/4, with a successful will save. Charm Animal. Enchantment. Charm. Mind affecting. Level Druid 1, Ranger 1. Target 1 animal. This spell functions like Charm Person, except that it affects a creature of the animal type. Charm monster, enchantment, charm, mind affecting. Level bard 3, sorcerer wizard 4. Target 1 living creature. Duration 1 day per level. This spell functions like charm person except that effects are not restricted by creature type or size. Charm monster, mass, enchantment, charm, mind affecting. Level bard 6, sorcerer wizard 8. Components V. Targets 1 or more creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 1 day per level. This spell functions like charm monster except that mass charm monster affects a number of creatures whose combined HD do not exceed twice your level, or at least 1 creature regardless of HD. If there are more potential targets than you can affect, you choose them one at a time until you choose a creature with too many HD. Charm person, enchantment, charm, mind affecting. Level bard 1, sorcerer wizard 1. Components VS, casting time 1 standard action. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 humanoid creature. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw, will negates. Spell resistance, yes. Charm person. Standard action range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 level. 1 humanoid creature. Duration 1 hour per level. Save and throw, will negates. Spell resistance, yes. This charm makes a humanoid creature regard you as its trusted friend and ally. Treat the target's attitude as friendly. If the creature is currently being threatened or attacked by you or your allies. However, it receives a +5 bonus on its saving throw. This spell does not enable you to control the charmed person as if it were an automation, but it perceives your words and actions in the most favorable way. You can try to give the subject orders, but you must win an opposed charisma check to convince it to do anything it wouldn't ordinarily do. Retries are not allowed. An affected creature never obeys suicidal or obviously harmful orders. But it might be convinced that doing something very dangerous is worth doing. I think mostly you have to just ask. I think you should have to ask nicely. Be like, oh, please, just get that for me. You're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll get that for you. And it's like some kind of dangerous object. Let's see, Bard 1, Sorcerer Wizard level 1. So Saruman's power then. Any Any act by you or your apparent allies that threatens the charmed person breaks the spell. You must speak the person's language to communicate your commands, or else be good at pantomiming. And I think you should have to ask nicely. Chill metal, transmutation, cold, level, druid 2. Nice, chill metal. Components VSDF, casting time 1, standard action, range close, 25 foot plus 5 foot per 2 caster levels. Target. Metal equipment of 1 creature per 2 levels, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart, or 25 pounds of metal per level, none of which can be more than 30 feet away from any of the rest. Duration 7 rounds. Saving throw will negate. Object. Spell resistance yes. Object. Chill metal makes metal extremely cold. Unattended non-magical metal gets no saving throw. Magical metal is allowed a saving throw against a spell. An item in a creature's possession uses the creature's saving throw bonus unless its own is higher. So any weapon held by... Could you turn the One Ring really, really cold? A druid cast chill metal on the One Ring. Or in any of the other rings. I mean, maybe not on the One Ring, but maybe on the Dwarven rings. Or the Elven rings. Or any of the Wraith rings. The human rings. Could probably cast chill metal on those. And of course, there's, swords and other such ones. Could you chill metal on Anduril? Obviously, Gandalf could heat the metal. So, chill metal makes metal extremely cold. A creature takes cold damage if its equipment is chilled. It takes full damage if its armor is affected, or if it's holding, touching, wearing, or carrying metal weighing 1/5 of its weight. The creature takes minimum damage. It does that by itself sometimes. Creature takes minimum damage, 1 point or 2 points, see the table, if it's not wearing metal armor and the metal that it's carrying weighs less than 1/5 of its weight. Takes minimum damage. Okay, a ring wouldn't do that much damage to it. But yeah, armor, metal armor would. But druids don't wear metal armor. On the first round of the spell, the metal becomes chilly and uncomfortable to touch, but deals no damage. The same effect also occurs on the last round of the spell's duration. During the second and third round, icy, second and next to last. So, what was it, 7 rounds? So, 6. So, on the second and sixth round, icy coldness causes pain and damage. In the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, the metal is freezing cold, causing more damage, as shown on the table below. Then the cold starts to wear off after the 5th round. So, round, metal temperature, damage. Round 1, cold, none. 2, icy, 1d4. 3 to 5, freezing, 2d4. 6, icy, 1d4. 7, cold, none. Any heat intense enough to damage the creature negates cold damage from the spell, and vice versa, on a point-for-point basis. Underwater, chill metal deals no damage, but ice immediately forms around the affected metal, making it more buoyant. Chill metal counters and dispels heat metal. Chill Touch, Necromancy. Level, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, Touch. Targets creature or creatures touched. Up to 1 level. Chill Touch, Necromancy. Sorcerer Wizard 1. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, Fortitude, Partial, or Will negate. See text. Spell resistance, yes. A touch from your hand, which glows with blue energy, disrupts the life force of living creatures. Each touch channels negative energy that deals 1d6 points of damage. The touched creature also takes 1 point of strength damage unless it makes a successful Fortitude saving throw. So this is Chill Touch. It doesn't deal cold damage, it sucks your life force out of you. You can use this melee touch attack up to 1 time per level. Sorcerer Wizard level 1. So like the level 8 wizard could do this without difficulty. It becomes trivial. Components VS. An undead creature you touch takes no damage of either sort, but it must make a successful will saving throw or flee as if panicked for 1d4 rounds, plus 1 round per casting level. So yeah, a bunch of zombies would be... Yeah, the wizard could just deal with them. High level wizard could just deal with a whole bunch of zombies like this. Make them flee. Circle of Death. Necromancy. Death. Level Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area. Several living creatures. What if he made a scroll? I like to think of a wizard that just makes a bunch of scrolls. I should write a story about that. Wizard that just makes lots and lots of scrolls as he levels up. Glasses contraption. It's very funny. Circle of Death. Necromancy, Death, Sorcerer Wizard, Instantaneous. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area. Several living creatures within a 40-foot radius burst. Duration. Instantaneous. Saving throw. Fortitude negates. Spell resistance, yes. A circle of death snuffs out the life force of living creatures, killing them instantly. The spell lays 1d4 HD worth of living creatures per caster level. Slays them. Per caster level. Maximum 20d4. Creatures with the fewest HD are affected first. Among creatures with equal HD, those who are closest to the burst's point of origin are affected first. No creature of 9 or more HD can be affected. Then hit dice that are not sufficient to affect the creature are wasted. Material component, the powder of a crushed black pearl with a minimum value of 500 gold pieces. It seems like that would make for a good potion. If you make a scroll or a potion, you should make a potion that's Circle of Death, and you put that powder of the crushed black pearl in the jar. Yeah, seems reasonable. Yeah, Circle of Death. There's back here, something about making potions and scrolls. I think that Circle of Death would make for a good potion. Get my signals. Safety. Where'd they go? All right. All right, that's better. All right, Circle of Death. Yeah, that'd be a good potion. Clairaudience, Clairvoyance, Divination, Scrying. Level Bard 3, Knowledge 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Casting time 10 minutes. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Effect magical sensor. Duration 1 minute per level. V. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Clairaudience. Clairvoyance. Creates an invisible magical sensor at a specific location that enables you to hear or see, your choice, almost as if you were there. You don't need line of sight or line of effect. But the locale must be known, a place familiar to you, or an obvious one. Once you have selected the locale, the sensor doesn't move, but you can rotate it in all directions to view the area as desired. Unlike other scrying spells, this spell does not allow a magically or supernaturally enhanced senses to work through it. If the chosen locale is magically dark, you see nothing. If it is naturally pitch black, you can see in a 10-foot radius around the center of the spell's effect. Clairaudience, clairvoyance functions only on the plane of existence you are currently occupying. Arcane focus, a small horn for hearing or a glass eye for seeing. Imagine having to go and get such things from yeah. Okay, so yeah, if you wanna be clairaudience, you go get a small horn from the shop where the crafter gnome lives. Like the crafter gnome druid, I think. Gnome druid. He goes around getting stuff and sells it in a little town. Make a nice little English village town. It'd be cute. Not English, maybe Welsh. Same thing. The English are Germanic and the Welsh are Celtic. There's a split that took place 4,000 years before. I have to go get a little horn or glass eye. Clenched fist. Or mirror of Galadriel. Clenched fist. Evocation. Force. Level Sorcerer Wizard 8. Strength 8. Bard 3. Sorcerer Wizard 3. So the wizard in the tower has a mirror he's enchanted that does this. And you have a glass eye. You can put the glass eye in the mirror, and then he can see things in the mirror. I kind of dig that idea. Clenched fist. Evocation. Force. Level Sorcerer Wizard 8. Strength 8. Components BS, F, DF. This spell functions like interposing hand, except that the hand can interpose itself. Clenched fist. Push or strike the opponent that you select. The floating hand can move as far as 60 feet and can attack in the same round. Since this hand is directed by you, its ability to notice or attack invisible or concealed creatures is no better than yours. The hand attacks once per round, and its attack bonus equals your caster level plus your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier for a wizard, cleric, or sorcerer, respectively. +1 for the hand's strength score, 33. -1 for being large. The hand deals 1d8 plus 11 points of damage on each attack. The wizard in the tower can do this. The hand deals 1d8 plus 11 points of damage on each attack, and any creature struck must make a fortitude save against this spell's save DC or be stunned for 1 round. Directing the spell to a new target is a move action. The clenched fist can also interpose itself as interposing hand does, or it can bull rush an opponent as forceful hand does, but and a plus 15 bonus on the strength check. Clerics who cast this spell name it for their deities. Arcane focus, a leather glove. Okay, so you need a leather glove, and then you have to enchant this glove to make it a clenched fist of Thor. Cool. Cloak of Chaos. Abjuration. Chaotic. Level. Chaos 8. Cleric 8. Components VSF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Cloak of Chaos. Range 20 feet. Targets 1 creature level in a 20-foot radius. Burst. Centered on you. Duration. 1 round per level. B. Saving throw. C text. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. A random pattern of color surrounds the subjects, protecting them from attacks, granting them resistance to spells cast by lawful creatures, and causing lawful creatures that strike the subjects to become confused. This abjuration has 4 effects. First, each warded creature gains a +4 deflection bonus to AC and a +4 resistance bonus on saves. Unlike protection from law, the benefit of this spell applies against all attacks, not just against attacks by lawful creatures. Second, each warded creature gains spell resistance 25 against lawful spells and spells cast by lawful creatures. Third, the abjuration blocks possession and mental influence, just as protection from law does. Finally, if a lawful creature succeeds on a melee attack against a warded creature, the offending attacker is confused for 1 round. Will save negates, as with the confusion spell, but against the save DC of Cloak of Chaos. Imagine a monastery with chaos clerics and monastery chaos clerics next to the den of thieves where the rogues hang out, and they all go partying and attack the good clerics somewhere, something. Focus. A tiny reliquary containing some sacred relic, such as a scrap of parchment from a chaotic text. The reliquary cost at least 500 gold pieces. Clone. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components VSMF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range 0 feet. Effect 1 clone. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. This spell makes an inert duplicate of a creature. If the original individual has been slain, its soul immediately transfers to the clone, creating a replacement, provided that the soul is free and willing to return. The original's physical remains, should they still exist, become inert and cannot thereafter be restored to life. If the original creature has reached the end of its natural lifespan, that is, has died of natural causes, any cloning attempt fails. To create the duplicate, you must have a piece of flesh, not hair, nails, scales, or the like, with a volume of at least 1 cubic inch that was taken from the original creature's living body. Oh man, Sorcerer Wizard level 8. Spell takes an inner duplicate of a creature. Makes. If the original individual has been slain, its soul immediately transfers to the clone, creating a replacement. And if you make this duplicate and the original creature is slain, its remains become inert and the soul goes to the duplicate. Let me see, that's natural lifespan. To create the duplicate, You must have a piece of flesh with a volume of at least 1 cubic inch that was taken from the original creature's living body. The original creature's living piece of flesh need not be fresh, but it must be kept from rotting. Once the spell is cast, the duplicate must be grown in a laboratory for 2d4 months. Wow, this is deep. When the clone is completed, the original soul enters it immediately. If that creature is already dead, the clone is physically identical. If that creature is already dead, the clone is physically identical with the original and possesses the same personality and memories as the original. In other respects, treat the clone as if it were the original character raised from the dead. So this sounds like what Rick Sanchez is doing. He makes a bunch of clones of himself for his soul to go into. Yeah, this is definitely a Rick Sanchez type thing going on here. Including the loss of 1 level or 2 points of constitution if the original was a first level character. If this constitution adjustment will give the clone a constitution score of 0, the spell fails. If the original creature has lost levels since the flesh sample was taken and died at a lower level than the clone would otherwise be, the clone is 1 level below the level at which the original died. That's complicated. That's complex. A spell duplicates only the original's body and mind, not its equipment. Obviously, equipment isn't part of it. A duplicate can be grown while the original still lives or when the original soul is unavailable, but the resulting body is merely a soulless bit of inert flesh which rots if not preserved. Yeah, that's totally what Rick Sanchez is doing. Material component. The piece of flesh and various laboratory supplies cost 1,000 gold pieces. Focus special laboratory equipment costs 500 gold pieces. You're never defeating that wizard. Rick Sanchez wizard. Oh my god, that's even better. The wizard you fight in the tower with the maze, it's Rick. it's Wizard Rick. Cloud kill, conjuration, creation. Level sorcerer wizard 5. Components B as casting time, 1 standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 foot per level. Effect cloud spreads in a 20-foot radius, 20 feet high. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw, fortitude partial, see text. Spell resistance, no. This spell generates a bank of fog, similar to fog cloud, except that its vapors are yellowish green and poisonous. So, cloud kill makes a poison fog. These vapors automatically kill any living creature within 3 or fewer HD, no save. A living creature with 4 to 6 HD is slain unless it succeeds on a fortitude save, in which case it takes 1d4 points of constitution damage on your turn each round while in the cloud. A living creature with 6 or more hit dice takes 1d4 points of constitution damage on your turn each round while in the cloud. A successful fortitude save halves this damage. Holding one's breath doesn't help, but creatures immune to poison are unaffected by the spell. Unlike a fog cloud, the cloud kill moves away from you at 10 feet per round, rolling along the surface of the ground. We have a miniature that's a wizard and a dragon together. They could probably cast this. Figure out the cloud's new spread each round based on its new point of origin, which is 10 feet farther away from the point of origin where you cast the spell. Because the vapors are heavier than air, they sink to the lowest level of the land, even pouring down den or sinkhole openings. It cannot penetrate liquids, nor can it be cast underwater. Components, verbal and somatic. Sorcerer Wizard 5. Color spray, illusion, pattern, mind affecting, level, Sorcerer Wizard 1, components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action, range, 15 feet, area, cone shape burst, duration, instantaneous, see text, saving throw, will negate, spell resistance, yes. A vivid clone of clashing colors springs forth from your hand, causing creatures to become stunned, perhaps also blinded, and possibly knocking them unconscious. Each creature within the cone is affected according to its hit dice. So this seems like it's light. You're emitting light. Clone of clashing colors. I mean, obviously that means light, not, paint or something. Each creature within the cone is affected according to its hit dice. So you're attacking them with the entire visible spectrum of light. Each creature within the cone is affected according to its hit dice. 2 HD or less. The creature is unconscious, blinded, and stunned for 2d4 rounds, then blinded and stunned for 1d4 rounds, and then stunned for 1 round. Only living creatures are knocked unconscious. 3 or 4 hit dice. The creature is blinded and stunned for 1d4 rounds, then stunned for 1 round. 5 or more hit dice. The creature is stunned for 1 round. Sightless creatures are not affected by color spray. Material component, a pinch each of powder or sand that is colored red, yellow, and blue. Oh, okay, so maybe it's not light, it's colored sand that you're throwing at them. Just pinch. No. And I think it should be a little bit more like one of those bottles of multicolored sand that we used to make in the art class, where you get a little funny shaped bottle, a little hair, and a little face on it. Yeah, I think that's what the wizard should have to have, one of those. Command, enchantment, compulsion, language dependent, mind affecting. Level, cleric 1, components, verbal, casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 foot plus 5 foot per 2 levels. Target, 1 living creature. Duration, 1 round. Saving throw, will negate. Spell resistance, yes. You give the subject a single command which it obeys to the best of its ability at its earliest opportunity. You may select from the following options. Yeah, I think the color spray wizard should have to have a whole bottle of colorful sand and probably throw it. Or like pour it into his hand as it goes. Command enchantment. Approach. On its turn, the subject moves toward you as quickly and directly as possible for 1 round. The creature may do nothing but move during its turn and it provokes attacks of opportunity for this movement as normal. Drop. On its turn, the subject drops whatever it is holding. It can't pick up any dropped item until its next turn. Fall. On its turn, the subject falls to the ground and remains prone for 1 round. It may act normally while prone, but takes any appropriate penalties. And you could command your ally to fall and miss, like getting struck by some arrows. Flee. On its turn, the subject moves away from you as quickly as possible for 1 round. It may do nothing but move during its turn, and it provokes attacks of opportunity for this movement as normal. You could probably command your enemy to fall on a trap. Hey, halt. The subject stands in place for 1 round. I'm gonna go get some drink. Come on, let's go get some drink. The halt. The subject stands in place for 1 round. It may not take any actions, but is not considered helpless. If the subject can't carry out your command on its next turn, the spell automatically fails. It's only a verbal component. I think you should have to have a military hat as a focus. I really think that should be added to a command. I think you should have to have a general's hat, and you have to be wearing it to command them. Command greater. Enchantment, compulsion, language, dependent, mind affecting. Cleric, level cleric 5. Targets. 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 1 round per level. This spell functions like command, except that up to 1 creature per level may be affected, and the activities continue beyond 1 round. At the start of each commanded creature's action, after the first, it gets another will save to attempt to break free from the spell. Each creature must receive the same command. Command plants, transmutation. Level, druid 4, plant 4, ranger 3. Components, V. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets up to 2 HD per level of plant creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration, 1 day per level. Saving throw, will negate. Spell resistance, yes. This spell allows you some degree of control over 1 or more plant creatures. Affected plant creatures can understand you, and they perceive your words and actions in the most favorable way. Treat their attitude as friendly. They will not attack you while the spell lasts. You can try to give a subject orders, but you must win an opposed charisma check to convince it to do anything it wouldn't ordinarily do. Retries are not allowed. A commanded plant never obeys suicidal or obviously harmful orders, but it might be convinced that something very dangerous is worth doing. You can affect a number of plant creatures whose combined level or HD do not exceed twice your level. So this is Druid 4. So 4th level Druid comes upon some, monstrous plants. Big. What's that film with the greenhouse with the singing plants that eat you? You're commanded to chill and not eat you. Command undead, necromancy. What level? Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Components VSM. Material component, a shred of raw meat and a splinter of bone. Command undead. Standard action. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets 1 undead creature. Duration 1 day per level. Saving throw, will negate, see text. Spell resistance, yes. This spell allows you some degree of control over an undead creature. Assuming the subject is intelligent, it perceives your words and actions in the most favorable way. Treat its attitude as friendly. It will not attack you while the spell lasts. You can try to give the subject orders, but you must win an opposed charisma check to convince it to do anything it wouldn't ordinarily do. Retries are not allowed. An intelligent commanded undead never obeys suicidal or obviously harmful orders, but it might be convinced that something very dangerous is worth doing. A non-intelligent undead creature gets no saving throw against this spell. When you control a mindless being, you can communicate only basic commands such as come here, go there, fight, stand still, and so on. Non-intelligent undead won't resist suicidal or obviously harmful orders. Any act by you or your apparent allies that threatens the commanded undead, regardless of its intelligence, breaks the spell. Your commands are not telepathic. The undead creature must be able to hear you. Material component: a shred of raw meat and a splinter of bone. What of any kind? Or do you have to, like, hack off one of the undead's arms and then do this? I think you should have to cut off his hand. Commune, divination, level cleric 5. Components: VS, DF, XP. Casting time 10 minutes. Range, personal, target you, duration 1 round per level. You contact your deity or agents thereof and ask questions that can be answered by a simple yes or no. A cleric of no particular deity contacts a philosophically allied deity. I think you should have to go and see Madam Mim and have her help you with the crystal ball. You are allowed 1 such question per caster level. The answers given are correct within the limits of the entity's knowledge. Unclear is a legitimate answer because powerful beings of the outer planes are not necessarily omniscient. In cases where a one-word answer would be misleading or contrary to the deity's interest, a short phrase, 5 words or less, may be given as an answer instead. The spell, at best, provides information to aid character decisions. The entities contacted structure their answers to further their own purposes. If you lag, discuss the answers, or go off to do anything else, the spell ends. Material component: holy or unholy water and incense. XP cost 100 XP. Alright, so cleric 5. Okay, so the cleric must go into the ashram and light the incense and pray to contact the relevant deity. Commune with nature. Divination, level animal 5, or druid 5, ranger 4. Components: VS, casting time 10 minutes. Range, personal, target you, duration instantaneous. You become one with nature, attaining knowledge of the surrounding territory. You instantly gain knowledge of as many as 3 facts from among the following subjects: the ground or terrain, plants, minerals, bodies of water, people, general animal population, presence of woodland creatures, presence of powerful unnatural creatures, or even the general state of the natural setting. In outdoor settings, the spell operates in a radius of 1 mile per caster level. In natural underground settings, caves, caverns, and the like, the radius is limited to 100 feet per caster level. The spell does not function where nature has been replaced by construction or settlement, such as in dungeons and towns. Make a note of this. Okay. Change. Okay, I got that. All right. Commune with nature. Divination. Level. Animal 5, Druid 5, Ranger 4. Components BS. Casting time 10 minutes. Range personal. Target you. Duration instantaneous. You become one with nature, attaining knowledge of the surrounding territory. You instantly gain knowledge of as many as 3 facts from among the following subjects: the ground or terrain, plants, minerals, bodies of water, people, general animal population, presence of woodland creatures, presence of powerful unnatural creatures, or even the general state of the natural setting. In outdoor settings, the spell operates in a radius of 1 mile per caster level. In natural underground settings, caves, caverns, and the like, the radius is limited to 100 feet per caster level. The spell does not function where nature has been replaced by construction or settlements such as dungeons and towns. So yeah, there could be a hill, and then in between a hill, another hill, like in a valley, say they build a big, sewer system, and then they built a town on top of that. Dwarves did for the humans to live there, and the dwarves are in the caves. Comprehend languages. Divination. Level Bard 1, Cleric 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VSMDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal. Target you. Duration 10 minutes per level. You can understand the spoken words of creatures or read otherwise incomprehensible written messages. In either case, you must touch the creature or the writing. The ability to read does not necessarily impart insight into the material, merely its literal meaning. The spell enables you to understand or read an unknown language, not speak or write it. Written material can be read at the rate of 1 page, 250 words per minute. Magical writing cannot be read, though the spell reveals that it is magical. This spell can be foiled by certain warding magic, such as the secret page and illusory script spells. It does not decipher codes or reveal messages concealed in otherwise normal text. Comprehend languages can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Arcane material component. A pinch of soot and a few grains of salt. 6th level wizard spells. Let's see where. Protection, prismatic, planar, binding, and has an array of techniques to imprison a creature. Yeah. Alarm. Alter self. Animal messenger. Animal trance. All right. Anyway. Pinch of soot and a few grains of salt. Permanency spell. Permanency spell. Chlorine. A lot of cleric spells. Those different types of clerics. Clerics can be similar to any sort of other class. They make clerics for everything. Cone of Cold. Evocation, Cold. Level Sorcerer Wizard 5, Water 6. Components VSMDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range 60 feet. Area cone shape burst. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw. Reflex half. Spell resistance yes. Cone of Cold creates an area of extreme cold originating at your hand and extending outward in a cone. It drains heat, dealing 1d6 points of cold damage per caster level. Maximum 15 d6. Arcane material component. A very small crystal or glass cone. Confusion. Enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 4, Trickery 4. Components VSMDF. Arcane material component. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Confusion. Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 4, Trickery 4. Targets all creatures in a 15-foot radius burst. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw, will negate. Spell resistance, yes. This spell causes the targets to become confused, making them unable to independently determine what they will do. Pokemon. Ghastly. Confusion. Roll. Okay. On the following table at the beginning of each subject's turn each round to see what the subject does in that round. It hurt itself in this confusion. The percent behavior. 1 to 10. Attack caster with melee or ranged weapons, or close with caster if attack is not possible. 11 to 20. Act normally. 21 to 50. Do nothing but babble incoherently. 51 to 70. Flee away from caster at top possible speed. 71 to 100. Attack nearest creature. For this purpose, a familiar counts as part of the subject itself. A confused character who can't carry out the indicated action. Starts to become confusing, unable to independently determine what they will do. Okay. A confused character who can't carry out the indicated action does nothing but babble incoherently. Attackers are not at any special advantage when attacking a confused character. Any confused character who is attacked automatically attacks its attackers on its next turn, as long as it is still confused when its turn comes. Remember, turns are 6 seconds. Note that a confused character will not make attacks of opportunity against any creature that it is not already devoted to attacking, either because of its most recent action or because it has just been attacked. Arcane material component, a set of 3 nut shells. 3 nut shells. You need some nuts. you need some walnut shells to confuse. Pokemon casts walnut. You become confused. Babble incoherently. Confusion, lesser, enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting, level, Bard 1, components VSDF, range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 living creature, duration 1 round. This spell causes a single creature to become confused for 1 round. See above to determine the exact effect on the subject. So you have 3 nutshells as a material focus for this, just to confuse somebody. Confusion. Okay, so consecrate. Evocation, good. Level, cleric 2. Components, VSMDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area, 20-foot radius. Emanation. Duration, 2 hours per level. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. This spell blesses an area with positive energy. Each charisma attack made to turn undead within this area gains a +3 sacred bonus. Every undead creature entering a consecrated area suffers minor disruption, giving it a -1 penalty on attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves. Undead cannot be created within or summoned into a consecrated area. If the consecrated area contains an altar, shrine, or other permanent fixture dedicated to your deity, pantheon, or aligned higher power, the modifiers given above are doubled, +6 sacred bonus on turning checks. So -2 penalties for undead in the area. So the ashram is safe. You cannot consecrate an area with a similar fixture of a deity other than your own patron. Two penalties on dead. You cannot consecrate an area. A similar fixture of a deity other than your own. Okay. Well, you know. Yeah, I really think that druids and clerics and monks are like really the same thing. They're just like optional forms of the same thing. If the area does not contain an altar, shrine, or other permanent fixture of a deity, pantheon, or higher power other than your patron, the consecrate spell instead curses the area, cutting off its connection with the associated deity or power. Permanent fixture of a deity, pantheon, or higher power other than your patron. It curses the area. That's messed up. Cutting off its connection with the associated deity or power. This secondary function, if used, does not also grant the bonuses and penalties relating to undead as given above. Oh, that's messed up. Consecrate counters and dispels desecrate. Material component: a vial of holy water and 25 gold pieces worth, 5 pounds of silver dust, all of which must be sprinkled around the area. That's crazy that like there's a religious difference in how the spell works. That seems counterintuitive to me. But okay, let's move forward. Plane contacted. Avoid intelligence, charisma, decrease, true answer, don't know, lie, random answer. Elemental plane, appropriate, positive, negative energy plane, astral plane, verse, plane, outer plane, lesser deity, outer plane, intermediary deity, outer plane, greater deity. All right, anyway, contact outer plane. Divination, level, sorcerer, wizard, 5 components. V, casting time 10 minutes. Range, personal. Target, you. Duration, concentration. You send your mind to another plane of existence, an elemental plane or some plane farther removed, in order to receive advice and information from powers there. The accompanying table for possible consequences and results of the attempt. The powers reply in a language you understand, but they resent such contact and give only brief answers to your questions. All questions are answered with yes, no, maybe, never, irrelevant, or some other one-word answer. You must concentrate on maintaining the spell, a standard action, in order to ask questions at the rate of 1 per round. A question is answered by the power during the same round. For every 2 caster levels, you may ask 1 question. Contact with minds far removed from your home plane increases the probability that you will incur a decrease to intelligence and charisma, but the chance of the power knowing the answer, as well as the probability of the entity answering correctly, are likewise increased by moving to distant planes. Once the outer planes are reached, the power of the deity contacted determines the effects. Random results obtained from the table are subject to the personalities of individual deities. Okay. So elemental plane, DC 7 per 1 week. True answer 0, 1 to 34. Don't know. 35 to 62. Lie, 63 to 83. Random answer, 84 to 100. Appropriate. 69, 75, 100. Okay. Positive, negative energy plane, DC 8 per 1 week. True answer, 1 through 39. Don't know, 40 to 65. Lie, 66 to 86. Random answer, 87 to 100. Astral plane. Okay. 0, 44. Okay, so 1 to 44. So astral plane, DC 9 per 1 week. True answer, 1 to 44. Don't know, 45 to 67. Lie, 68 to 88. And random answer, 89 to 100. Outer plane demi-deity. DC 10 per 2 weeks. True answer 1 through 49. Don't know, 50 to 70. Lie, 71 to 91. Random answer 92 to 100. Outer plane lesser deity. DC 12 per 3 weeks. True answer 1 to 60. Don't know. 61 to 75. Lie, 76 to 95. Random answer 96 to 100. Outer plane intermediate deity. DC 14 by 4 weeks. True answer 1 through 73. Don't know. 74 to 81. Lie, 82 to 98. Random answer 99 to 100. Outer plane greater deity. DC 16 for 5 weeks. True answer 1 to 88. Don't know. 89 to 90. Lie, 91 to 99. Random answer 100. On rare occasions, this divination may be blocked by an act of certain deities or forces. Avoid intelligence charisma decrease. You must succeed on an intelligence check against this DC to avoid a decrease in intelligence and charisma. If the check fails, your intelligence and charisma scores each fall to 8 for the stated duration, and you become unable to cast arcane spells. If you lose intelligence and charisma, the effect strikes as soon as the first question is asked and no answer is received. The entries in parentheses are for questions that pertain to the appropriate elemental plane. Results of a successful contact, D% is rolled for the results shown on the table. True answer. You get a true one-word answer. Questions that cannot be answered in this way are answered randomly. Don't know. The entity tells you that it doesn't know. Lie. The entity intentionally lies to you. Random answer. The entity tries to lie but doesn't know the answer, so it makes one up. Contagion. Necromancy. Evil. Ooh, there's a table of diseases down here. Level Cleric 3, Destruction 3, Druid 3, Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target living creature touch. The duration instantaneous. Saving throw. Fortitude negates. Spell resistance yes. The subject contracts a disease selected from the table below, which strikes immediately. No incubation period. But DC noted is for the subsequent saves. Use Contagion's normal save DC for the initial saving throw. Merlin became a rare disease and infected Madame Mim's dragon form. He turned himself into a germ. Disease. Blinding sickness. DC 16. Damage 1d4. Strength 1. Each time a victim takes 2 or more points of strength damage from blinding sickness, he or she must make another fortitude save using the disease's save DC or be permanently blinded. He or she could shorten that writing to S/he. Cackle fever 1/6. DC 16 damage 1d6 wisdom. Filth fever DC 12 1d3 dexterity and 1d3 constitution. Mind fire DC 12, damage 1d4 intelligence. Red Ache, DC 15, 1d6 strength. Shakes 13, 1d8 dexterity. Slimy Doom 14, 1d4 constitution. Okay, so the DC note for subsequent saves contains normal save DC for the initial save. Contingency, evocation, level, sorcerer, wizard 6, components, VSMF. Casting time, at least 10 minutes, see text. Range, personal, target you. Duration, 1 day per level, D, or until discharged. You can place another spell upon your person so that it comes into effect under some condition you dictate when casting contingency. The contingency spell and the companion spell are cast at the same time. The 10-minute casting time is the minimum total for both castings. If the companion spell has a casting time longer than 10 minutes, use that instead. The spell to be brought into effect by the contingency must be one that affects your person and be of a spell level no higher than 1/3 your caster level, rounded down maximum 6th level. The conditions needed to bring the spell into effect must be clear, although they can be general. Affect your person via the spell no higher than 1/3. So 1/3, so 6 times 3 is 36. Conditions need to bring the spell into effect must be clear, they can be general. In all cases, the contingency immediately brings into effect the companion spell, the latter being cast instantaneously when the prescribed circumstances occur. If complicated or convoluted conditions are prescribed, the whole spell combination contingency and the companion magic may fail when called on. The companion spell occurs based solely on the stated conditions, regardless of whether you want it to. You can use only one contingency spell at a time. If a second is cast, the first one, if still active, is dispelled. Material component, that of the companion spell plus Quicksilver and an eyelash of an ogre mage, Rakshasa, or similar spell-using creature. Focus, a statuette of you carved from elephant ivory and decorated with gems worth at least 1,500 gold pieces. You must carry this focus for the contingency to work. That is really complicated. That is really, really complicated. So the Rick Wizard can cast contingency on himself to send his spirit to his clone in the event of his death. Somewhere in the labyrinth are his clones. Or hell, even in the tower. Yeah. I like to think of the tower as a place where just like all his books are. And in the labyrinth underneath is a lab for his clones. Yeah, the evil wizard of I'm gonna make the campaign around this. It's pretty much Rick in the D&D world. He's the Forgotten Realms Rick. Continual flame, evocation, light. What's the duration? Casting time, 1 day per level, or until discharged. You put a permanency spell on it. Once a week he has to recast it. So we're gonna need to make a statuette of Rick made of elephant ivory, decorated with gems. Yeah. I can imagine this being a very in-depth campaign where you go into the cave to find the gems. And maybe you attack Rick Wizard, or maybe you don't. Wizard Rick. Wizard Rick. Wizard Rick. Yes, that's what his name is. Wizard Rick. Osric. Ooh, I like the name Osric. That makes it kind of like an inside joke. Osric. Isn't that the name of a little dude on Blackadder? Bosric, something like that. Continual flame, evocation, light, level cleric 3, sorcerer wizard 2. So you in your tower you've got some braziers and you just have continual flame cast on them. Components VSM, casting time, 1 standard action, range, touch a target, object touched, effect magical, heatless flame, duration permanent. Yeah, you get cast it on your braziers in your tower, and that way it's magical heatless flame, so it's to cast LED light. Duration permanent, saving throw none, spell resistance no. Imagine though, like a cyberpunk version where it's you just continual neon light. Yes, cast continual neon light inside of this glass tube. Cast electricity into the gaseous filled tube. Yeah, continual flame in the Forgotten Realms version. Okay, so permanent none, no. A flame equivalent in brightness to a torch springs forth from an object that you touch. The effect looks like a regular flame, but it creates no heat and doesn't use oxygen. A continual flame can be covered and hidden, but not smothered or quenched. Light spells counter and dispel darkness spells of an equal or lower level. Material component, you sprinkle ruby dust worth 50 gold pieces on the item that is to carry the flame. Okay. Oh man, that would be so cool to make a brazier that make a brazier that's full of rubies. Rick. Oh, that's Rick. When I wrote Osric, it tries to autocorrect to Orriscani. I don't know what Orriscani is. Or Oric. Oric. Orriscani. It's copy. And let's look up Orriscani. There we go. I don't know what that is. So, Wizard Rick. Osric. Oh, okay. King Osric in Conan the Barbarian. Yeah, King Osric. So, Orriscani is a battlefield. Orriscani. Let's see. USS Orriscani, a 1945 Essex-class aircraft carrier. A few Essex-class aircraft carriers in the United States. Naming the ship was named for the Battle of Orriscani during the Revolutionary War. That of her sister ships. Okay. Orriscani. Battle facts. Learn about the Battle of Orriscani. Battlefields.org. Neato. New York State Parks. Orriscani Reef is a sunken naval warship. Marine life in the Gulf of Mexico. What? Orriscani Museum. American History Channel. Significant 1777. National Park Service. Botanica Battle of Orriscani. So that is neat. It was a Battle of Orriscani. You know what? I think I'm gonna name the little labyrinthine castle that. Why not? Cool. All right. Get back to it. I'm going to name the wizard tower Oriskany and the wizard Osric. It has continual flame. When it gets to level 2, he just casts continuous flame on his ruby-filled braziers. Control plants. Transmutation. Level druid 8. Plant 8. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets. Up to 2 hit dice per level of plant creatures. No 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negates. Spell resistance. No. A spell enables you to control the actions of 1 or more plant creatures for a short period of time. You command the creatures by voice and they understand you. No matter what language you speak, even if vocal communication is impossible, the control plants do not attack you. At the end of the spell, the subjects revert to their normal behavior. Suicidal or self-destructive commands are simply ignored. So yeah, those plant monsters that Chucky made can be commanded not to attack. Or controlled. Be controlled, I guess. Control undead. Necromancy. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 7. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets up to 2 hit dice per level of undead creatures. No 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negate. Spell resistance. Yes. This spell enables you to command undead creatures for a short period of time. You command them by voice if you're a sorcerer or wizard of level 7. And they understand you no matter what language you speak. Even if vocal communication is impossible, the controlled undead do not attack you. At the end of the spell, the subjects revert to their normal behavior. So, for durations, 1 minute per level. So that's a few rounds. At the end of the spell. So 1 minute, that's a few rounds. Intelligent undead creatures remember that you controlled them. Material component, a small piece of bone and a small piece of raw meat. Of what kind, I wonder? You have to take off the undead's finger, maybe. I think it should be harder, than just any old piece of meat and bone. Control water. Transmutation water. Level. Cleric 4. Druid 4. Sorcerer Wizard 6. Water 4. Components VSMDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range long. 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area. Water in a volume of 10 feet per level by 10 feet per level by 2 feet per level. Duration 10 minutes per level. D. S. S. D. Saving throw. None. See text. Spell resistance note. Depending on the version you choose, the control water spell raises or lowers water. Lower water. This causes water or similar liquid to reduce its depth by as much as 2 feet per caster level to a minimum depth of 1 inch. The water is lowered within a squarish depression whose sides are up to caster level by 10 feet long. In extremely large and deep bodies of water, such as a deep ocean, the spell creates a whirlpool that sweeps ships and similar craft downward, putting them at risk and rendering them unable to leave by normal movement for the duration of the spell. I'm just like, go and fight Ursula, the sea witch, and this is what she do. Go fight Ursula, the sea witch. Because like only in the film does she grow to gigantic proportions. They had a version where she was normal size. But they figured she could cast enlarge on herself. The normal movement for the duration of the spell. When cast on water elementals and other water-based creatures, the spell acts as a slow spell. Will negates. The spell has no effect on other creatures. Raise water. This causes water or similar liquid to rise in height, just as the lower water version causes it to lower. Boats raised in this way slide down the sides of the hump that the spell creates. If the area affected by the spell includes riverbanks, a beach, or other land nearby, the water can spill over onto dry land. With either version, you may reduce one horizontal dimension by half and double the other horizontal dimension. Arcane material component. A drop of water for raised water and a pinch of dust for lower water. I think it should be in a vial. You should have to have a little vial of it. Make it cool. That would make a cool prop. A nice little glass jar full of water or full of dust. Yeah, I think it should be more than a pinch. But anyway. Imagine a pair of like small vials. They don't have to be like big, they can be little vials. Like this. Little vial. One full of water and one full of dust. And your cool looking pouch. Let's see what the cleric, druid, sorcerer, wizard, water. It's all level 4 and level 6 for wizard and sorcerers. So clerics and druids can control water at level 4. Thinking of how to display this, like in cards. I like the idea of like cards for your spell slots and scrolls for putting spells onto, and then having the little cards that represent material things, or you can have, and that could be like a little plastic cover for it, like a little, how they sell miniatures, a little plastic thing with the card on the back, describes the object, and here's the object. Yeah, you make all of that, it's artwork. Okay. Control water. Since this was a druid, control water's a druid spell. Hang on, let me see. Let me get a note of it. This book's on Google Books. Neato. Alright. Tome. Water. Alright, let's see what else. Let's see. Control weather. Transmutation. Level air 7, cleric 7, druid 7, sorcerer, wizard 7. Components VS. Casting time 10 minutes. See text. So by this point, the sorcerer, Osric, can control weather, and the druid that's level 7 can call lightning. Casting time 10 minutes. See text. Range 2 miles. Area 2-mile radius circle centered on you. See text. Duration 4d 12 hours. See text. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. You change the weather in the local area. It takes 10 minutes to cast the spell and an additional 10 minutes for the effects to manifest. You can call forth weather appropriate to the climate and season of the area you are in. Season spring, possible weather, tornado, thunderstorm, sleet storm, or hot weather. Summer, torrential rain, heat wave, or hailstorm. Autumn, hot or cold weather, fog or sleet. Winter, frigid cold, blizzard, or thaw. Late winter, hurricane force winds, or early spring, coastal area. You control the general tendencies of the weather, such as the direction and intensity of the wind. You cannot control specific applications of the weather, where lightning strikes, unless yeah, not with this spell. You have to use a different spell for that. You cannot control. You can control weather in your place, like Osric controls the weather around his tower. He casts that for 10 minutes before he goes to bed to get himself a nice rain, get him a nice nighttime rain sound for him to sleep. Direction, intensity of the wind. You cannot control specific applications of the weather, where lightning strikes, for example, or the exact path of a tornado. When you select a certain weather condition to occur, the weather assumes that condition 10 minutes later, changing gradually, not abruptly. The weather continues as you left it for the duration, or until you use a standard action to designate a new kind of weather, which fully manifests itself 10 minutes later. Contradictory conditions are not possible simultaneously. Control weather can do away with atmospheric phenomena, naturally occurring or otherwise, as well as create them. A druid casting this spell doubles the duration and affects a circle within a 3-mile radius. So yeah, so to go and battle with Osric, you'll have to bring a druid with you. Control winds, transmutation, air, level. Air 5, druid 5. Components. BS, casting time, 1 standard action. This is let's see, this is components V and S. Okay, so components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 40 foot per level. Area 40 feet per level. Radius cylinder 40 feet high. Actually, let's go back to here. The area is a 2-mile radius circle, but a druid is a 3-mile radius. Range 2 miles area. They should have put the 3-mile thing for a druid up here. Anyway. Range 40 feet per area, 40 feet per level, radius cylinder 40 feet high, duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw, fortitude, negate, spell resistance, no. Yeah, I'm thinking the spell cards on the back have what kind of thing they're in, like transmutation or conjuration. That would be on the back. Conjuration deck. You can collect them like Pokemon cards. Or anybody remember Card Captors? Man, you remember Card Captors? That's a neat anime. I'll look up Card Captors later. So control wind, transmutation air, level air 5, druid 5, components VS, casting time 1 standard action, range 40 feet per level, area 40 feet per level, radius cylinder 40 feet high, duration 10 minutes per level. 40 feet, saving throw 14 negate, spell resistance no. You alter wind force in the area surrounding you. You can make the wind blow in a certain direction or manner, increase its strength or decrease its strength. So bring them aboard ship and have them steer the ship. Direction manner, increase its strength or decrease its strength. New wind direction and strength persist until the spell ends or until you choose to alter your handiwork, which requires concentration. You may create an eye of calm air up to 80 feet in diameter at the center of the area, if you so desire, and you may choose to limit the area to any cylindrical area less than your full limit. Wind direction. You may choose one of 4 basic wind patterns to function over the spell's area. Neat little dagger-shaped bulletin points. A downdraft blows from the center outward in equal strength in all directions. An updraft blows from the outer edges in toward the center in equal strength from all directions, veering upward before impinging on the eye in the center. A rotation causes the winds to circle the center in clockwise or counterclockwise fashion. A blast simply causes the winds to blow in one direction across the entire area from one side to the other. I think you should be limited to which hemisphere you're in to determine which way to make the winds blow. I think it should be difficult to do this. A blast simply causes the winds to blow in one direction across the entire area from one side to the other. Wind strength. For every 3 caster levels, you can increase or decrease wind strength by 1 level. Each round on your turn, a creature in the wind must make a fortitude save or suffer the effect of being in the windy area. Yeah, I'm just the whole time I'm reading this, I'm picturing like making a sailing ship go. Strong winds, 21 plus miles per hour, make sailing difficult. Or, easier, depending if you're behind the sail. A severe wind, 31 miles per hour, causes minor ship and building damage. A windstorm, 51 plus miles per hour, drives most flying creatures from the skies, uproots small trees, knocks down light wooden structures, tears off roofs, and endangers ships. Yeah, and this is how we learn about hurricanes in this setting of mine, because it's entirely meant to be educational. You're going to learn all about hurricanes and tornadoes with this quest. This quest built around this spell will teach you. You have to go to, like, say, to learn it, you have to go to a master druid and ask to learn it, and they'll teach you all about weather patterns and clouds and systems and stuff. Part of a longer quest line that teaches you all about weather. Go. I'll play with your dolls and toys out there. Go. I made a picture and put them on the back porch. I'm glad. The truck outside. My campaign is entirely educational, so you're going to learn all about weather systems as you embark on the quest to learn this spell. Yeah, I don't like how you can just pick to know the spell, just like how you can. I don't think that works. I think it should be more like how it is in Skyrim, where you have to gain skill points to level up. And in this, you can choose to create scrolls. So I'm gonna write a character based all around, like a scroll maker. Control winds. Okay, so a windstorm drives most flying creatures from the skies, uproots small trees, knocks down light wooden structures, tears off roofs, and endangers ships. Hurricane force winds, 75 plus miles per hour, destroy wooden buildings, sometimes uproot even large trees, and cause most ships to founder. A tornado, 175 plus miles per hour, destroys all non-fortified buildings and often uproots large trees. Create food and water. Conjuration. Creation. Level Cleric 3. Components VS. Casting time 10 minutes. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Only verbal and somatic components. Effect food and water to sustain 3 humans or 1 horse per level for 24 hours. Duration 24 hours. Text. Saving throws none. Spell resistance new. The food that this spell creates is simple, fare of your choice. Highly nourishing, if rather bland. It's limbus. Limbus bread. Food so created decays and becomes inedible within 24 hours, so it's not limbus. Although it can be kept fresh for the 24 hours by casting a purify food and water spell on it. The water created by this spell is just like clean rainwater and doesn't go bad, as the food does. I think it should be more difficult to cast this spell. Create greater undead. Necromancy, evil. Level cleric 8, death 8, sorcerer wizard 8. It's only 3rd level to create food and water. I think that makes it too easy. And it shouldn't have to have components. You know, like you should have to have a bunch of like ingredients, like flour and butter, and then you just cast the spell and the biscuits make themselves. Create greater undead. I think create water should have to well up water from within the earth, and you should have to have like a stone or something. Or a piece of bamboo. You should have to have something for this spell to work. This just creating it from nothing is at level 3. That's just too easy. It needs to be more difficult. A higher level, and you have to have objects. Yeah, like raw wheat plants. Or, you know, need seeds or even flour. If you have flour, it's easier. Make biscuits, and then the spell pretty much casts like warmth around the dough and cooks it. And it makes it easier if you put that stuff inside of, say, a little you know, stone box, a little brick oven. Yeah, it should definitely be more difficult to create food and water. You should have to well it up from the water table with like a bamboo pole. Or one of those vines. One of those vines that are full of water. You have a piece. You know. That's it's magic that way. It should be a measure level spill and require components only. Yeah, create food and water should be higher level. Thank you. No, you can't have that. That's mine. Nope, go play with your toys. Go play with your toys. All right. Yes. If it's like rainwater, you should be able to suck it from the air the way a dehumidifier does. Yeah. Yeah. Creating water is like cast dehumidifier. And you should need something. You know, it helps if the air is quite humid. Create greater undead, necromancy, evil. Level, cleric 8, death 8, sorcerer 8. This spell functions like create undead, except that you can create more powerful and intelligent sorts of undead. Shadows, wraiths, specters, and devourers. The type or types of undead you can create is based on your caster level, as shown on the table below. Caster level 15th or lower, undead created shadow. 16th to 17th, wraith. 18th to 19th, specter. 20th or higher, devourer. So Osric has a graveyard in his labyrinth, and or he has the what is it in the Hydra's teeth in Jason and the Argonauts. Yeah, he has the teeth of the Hydra. Create undead, necromancy, evil. Level cleric 6. Death 6. Evil 6. Sorcerer 6. Components VSN. Casting time 1 hour. Range close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 corpse. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. A much more potent spell than Animate Dead, this evil spell allows you to create more powerful sorts of undead. Ghouls, ghasts, mummies, and morgues. The type or types of undead you can create is based on your caster level, as shown on the table below. Caster level when they created 11th, 12th, 13th, no, 15th, 18th. So 11th or lower, 12th to 14th, 15th, 17th, 18th or higher. So ghoul, ghast, mummy, and morgue. Morgue. You may create less powerful undead than your level would allow if you choose. Created undead are not automatically under the control of their animator. If you are capable of commanding undead, you may attempt to command the undead creature as it forms. This spell must be cast at night. Material component: a clay pot filled with grave dirt and another filled with brackish water. The spell must be cast on a dead body. You must place a black onyx gem worth at least 50 gold pieces per HD of the undead to be created into the mouth or eye socket of each corpse. The magic of the spell turns these gems into worthless shells. You can just picture Osric with his wizard robes and wizard hat. Definitely gonna make Osric. Create water. Conjuration, creation, water. Level, cleric, 0, druid 0, paladin 1, component VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet to 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect, up to 2 gallons of water per level. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance no. This spell dehumidifies the air a little bit. Generates wholesome, drinkable water, just like clean rainwater. Water can be created in an area as small as will actually contain the liquid, or in an area 3 times as large, possibly creating a downpour filling many small receptacles. Now, conjuration spells can't create substances or objects within a creature. Water weighs about 8 pounds per gallon. Oh, yeah, that's an important thing to know. My educational campaign is that. You know, it'll be all about measuring and weights and all that. Cast a dehumidifier. What is this? Water can be created in an area as small as will contain it, or an area 3 times as large. Verbal and somatic components. Conjuration spells can't create substances or objects within a creature. Water weighs 8 pounds per gallon. 1 cubic foot of water contains roughly 8 gallons and weighs about 60 pounds. Oh, really? Creeping Doom. Conjuration summoning. Level Druid 7. Components VS. Casting time 1 round. Range close. 25 feet per plus 5 feet per 2 levels. 100 feet. See text. Effect 1 swarm of centipedes per 2 levels. Duration 1 minute. Level. Saving throw none. Man. Cast centipedes. Conjuration spells can't. Wait, so you can. I think you should have to have a container to cast it into, like, you know, a cauldron. Yeah, I think there should have to be a dehumidifier cauldron. Okay, got that. Spell resistance, no. When you utter the spell of Creeping Doom, you call forth a mass of centipede swarms, 1 per 2 caster levels, to a maximum of 10 swarms at 20th level, which need not appear adjacent to one another. You may summon the centipede swarms so that they share the area of other creatures. The swarms may remain stationary, attacking any creatures in their area, unless you command the Creeping Doom to move. A standard action. As a standard action, you can command any number of the swarms to move toward any prey within 100 feet of you. You cannot command any swarm to move more than 100 feet away from you, and if you move more than 100 feet from any swarm, that swarm remains stationary, attacking any creatures in its area, but it can be commanded again if you move within 100 feet. Interesting. Crushing Despair. Enchantment, Compulsion, Mind Affecting. Level, Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 30 feet. Area, cone, shape, burst. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw, will negate. Spell resistance, yes. An invisible cone of despair causes great sadness in the subject. Each affected creature takes a -2 penalty on attack rolls, saving throws, ability checks, skill checks, and weapon damage rolls. Crushing Despair counters and dispels Good Hope. Material component, a Vial of Tears. I swear there must be one around here somewhere. Must be some cursed Vial of Tears hidden around the house somewhere. Crushing Hand. Evocation Force. Level, Sorcerer Wizard 9, Strength 9. Components, VSMF DF. This spell functions like Interposing Hand, except that the hand can interpose itself. Push or crush one opponent that you select. The Crushing Hand can grapple an opponent like, I swear Osric's going to try and cast this on you. Grapple an opponent like a Grasping Hand does. Its grapple bonus equals your caster level plus your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier for a wizard, cleric, or sorcerer, respectively. Okay, so intelligence for a wizard, wisdom for a cleric, or charisma for a sorcerer. So yeah, Osric's a wizard. Plus 12 for the hand's strength score, 35. Plus 4 for being large. The hand deals 2d6 plus 12 points of damage, lethal, non-lethal, on each successful grapple check against an opponent. The Crushing Hand can also interpose itself as an Interposing Hand does, or it can bull rush an opponent as Forceful Hand does, but at a plus 18 bonus. Directing the spell to a new target is a move action. Clerics who cast the spell name it for their deities. Arcane material component, the shell of an egg. Arcane focus, a glove of snakeskin. That's really cool. Yeah, that's interesting. Glove of snakeskin. And off of my stand. Alright. There's a bunch of cure wounds here. Cure critical wounds, conjuration, healing. Cure critical wounds, mass. Cure light wounds, mass. Cure minor wounds, cure moderate wounds, cure moderate wounds, mass. Cure serious wounds, mass. So level, so conjuration, healing. They're all conjuration, healing spells. Conjuration, healing spells. Levels. Bard 4, Cleric 4, Druid 5, Healing 4. This spell functions like Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures 4d8 points of damage plus 1 per cast level. Maximum cures. Okay, that's Cure Critical Wounds. Cure Critical Wounds, Mass, level 8, 9, 8. This spell functions like Mass Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures 4d8 points of damage plus 1 point per cast level. Maximum plus 40. Cure Light Wounds, Conjuration, Healing level, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Healing, Paladin, Ranger. Cleric 1, 1, 1, 1, Ranger 2. Components, VS, casting time, 1 standard action, range, touch, target creature touched. Duration, instantaneous, saving throw. Will, half, harmless, C-text. Spell resistance, yes, harmless, C-text. When laying your hand upon a living creature, you channel positive energy that cures 1d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 5. Since undead are powered by negative energy, this spell deals damage to them instead of curing their wounds. An undead creature can apply spell resistance and can attempt a will save to take half damage. Cure Light Wounds, Mass. Okay, 5, Bard level 5, Cleric level 5, Druid 6, Healing 5. Components VS, 1 standard action, target to clearing 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration instantaneous. I think if we were to write cards on this, it would be in their own little set. Conjuration, healing cards. Saving throw, will have harmless or will have C-text. Spell resistance. Yes, harmless or yes, C-text. You channel positive energy to cure 1d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 25, and you select a creature. Like other cure spells, Mass Cure Light Wounds deals damage to undead in its area rather than curing them. Each affected undead may attempt a will save for half damage. Cure Minor Wounds, Conjuration, Healing, Cleric 0, Druid 0, so that you get this right away if you take Cleric or Druid. This spell functions like Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures only 1 point of damage. And I think you should have to go on quests to learn these things. Cure Moderate Wounds, Conjuration, Healing level, Bard 2, Cleric 2, Druid 3, Healing 2, Paladin 3, Ranger 3. This spell functions like Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures 2d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 10. And I really think you should have to have components more than just verbal components. You should have to have a bandage or a potion. I really think that they should be like made into potions. You know those red potions in World of Warcraft and in Skyrim. Cure Moderate Wounds, Mass. Conjuration, Healing level, Bard 6, Cleric 6, Druid 7. This spell functions like Mass Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures 2d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 30. Cure Serious Wounds, Conjuration, Healing level, Bard 3, Cleric 3, Druid 4, Paladin 4, Ranger 4, Healing 3. This spell functions like Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures 3d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 15. Cure Serious Wounds, Mass Conjuration, Healing level, Cleric 7, Druid 8. This spell functions like Mass Cure Light Wounds, except that it cures 3d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 35. Yeah. I was going to write some cards on this. See, it would be like, I'm thinking like in Pokemon where different Pokemon use the same attack, but like in different ways. Red, yeah, should have red potion components. Cure serious wounds, mass, conjuration, healing, level cleric 7, druid 8. This spell functions like mass, cure light wounds, etc. Causes 3d8 points of damage plus 1 point per cast level maximum. Cures 3d8 points of damage. Okay. Curse water, necromancy, evil, level cleric 1. Components VSM, casting time 1 minute, range touch, target flask of water touched. Duration instantaneous, saving throw will negate, object spell resistance, yes, object. This spell imbues a flask, 1 pint of water with negative energy, turning it into an unholy water. Unholy water damages good outsiders. The way holy water damages undead and evil outsiders. Material component 5 pounds of powdered silver worth 25 gold pieces. Yeah. Curse water. That seems like weird. Anyway. Dancing light. Evocation. Light. Curse water's necromancy. Duration. Okay, so dancing lights. Evocation light. Level bard 0. Sorcerer wizard 0. So something they can do as soon as they become. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect up to 4 lights, all within a 10-foot radius area. Duration 1 minute. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. Depending on the version selected, you create up to 4 lights that resemble lanterns or torches and cast that amount of light, or up to 4 glowing spheres flight, which look like will-o-wisps, or 1 faintly glowing, vaguely humanoid shape. The dancing lights must stay within a 10-foot radius area in relation to each other, but otherwise move as you desire. No concentration required. Forward or back, up or down, straight or turning corners, or the light. The lights can move up to 100 feet per round. A light winks out if the distance between you and it exceeds the spell's range. Dancing lights can be made permanent with the permanency spell. Standard action. Duration. Components V and S. So, components, casting time, 1 standard action, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Darkness, evocation. So, dancing lights is evocation, darkness is evocation. Level bard 2, cleric 2, sorcerer wizard 2. Components VMDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target, object touch. Duration, 10 minutes per level D. Saving throw, non-spell resistance. No. This spell causes an object to radiate shadowy illumination out to 20-foot radius. So the Ginger's lantern of darkness. Darkness. You can cast darkness and permanency on this lantern to create darkness. All creatures in the area gain concealment, 20% mischance. Even creatures that can normally see in such conditions, such as with dark vision or low light vision, have the mischance in an area shrouded in magical darkness. A bit of bat fur and either a drop of pitch or a piece of coal. Okay, so bat fur and coal or pitch. Normal lights. Torches, candles, lanterns, so forth are incapable of brightening the area, as are light spells of lower level. Higher level Light spells are not affected by darkness. If darkness is cast on a small object that is then placed inside or under a light-proof covering, the spell's effect is blocked until the covering is removed. Darkness counters or dispels any light spell of equal or lower spell level. Arcane material component, a bit of bat fur. Drop a pitcher piece. So put that piece of coal in the bottom of the lantern. And I guess the lantern is lined with bat fur. Or the bottom is. Dark vision. Transmutation level Ranger 3, Sorcerer Wizard 2, components VSM. Material component either a pinch of dried carrot or an agate. Okay. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. The subject gains the ability to see 60 feet, even in total darkness. Dark vision is black and white only, but otherwise like normal sight. Dark vision does not grant one the ability to see in magical darkness. Dark vision can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Material component, either a pinch of dried carrot or an egg. So a human can have dark vision if they are a ranger or a wizard or sorcerer. Mm-hmm. Dark vision. Ranger 3 sorcerer. 1 hour per level. A pinch of dried carrot. Imagine a card with a material component cards, and one's a dried carrot and an agate together in a little box. It says or, but I think you should have to have both. Daylight. Evocation light. Level Bard 3, Cleric 3, Druid 3, Paladin 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3, components VS. Casting time 1 standard action, range touch. Target object touch, duration 10 minutes per level. D. Saving throw, non spell resistance. No, the object touch sheds light as bright as full daylight in a 60-foot radius and dim light for an additional 60 feet beyond that. Creatures that take penalties in bright light also take them while within the radius of this magical light. Despite its name, the spell is not the equivalent of daylight for the purposes of creatures that are damaged or destroyed by bright light. If daylight is cast on a small object that is then placed inside or under a light-proof covering, the spell's effects are blocked until the covering is removed, and the range target duration is 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes per level. Daylight. Is that 10 minutes outside or inside the game time? Alright, so daylight brought into an area of magical darkness or vice versa temporarily negated so that the otherwise prevailing light conditions exist in the overlapping areas of effect. Daylight counters or dispels any darkness spell of equal or lower level, such as darkness. Darkness. Bard 2, Cleric 2, Sorcerer was a 2. Judge. Shadow Illumination. So if one party is casting darkness and the other one's casting daylight, then we'll have some weird light conditions in the dungeon there. Days. Enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level. Bard 0, Sorcerer Wizard 0. Components of VSM. Material component is a pinch of wool or similar substance. Wool. Okay. Level Bard, Sorcerer Wizard. Components, cast time 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 humanoid creature of 4 hit dice or less. Duration 1 round. Saving throw will negates. Spell resistance. Yes. So how about some wool gloves? You have to wear wool gloves to cast this. This enchantment clouds the mind of a humanoid creature with 4 or fewer hit dice so that it takes no actions. Humanoids of 5 or more hit dice are not affected. A dazed subject is not stunned, so attackers get no special advantage against it. Yeah. These wool gloves. All right. Dazed monster, enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level Bard 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2, range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Target 1 living creature of 6 hit dice or less. This spell functions like Daze, but Dazed monster can affect any 1 living creature of any type. Creatures of 7 or more hit dice are not affected. Death Knell. Necromancy, Death, Evil, level Cleric 2, Death 2, only level 2, huh? Components, VS, casting time, 1 standard action, touch, range, target, living creature, touch, duration, instantaneous, per 10 minutes per hit dice of subject. Saving throw, will negate, spell resistance, yes. If you draw forth the ebbing life force of a creature and use it to fuel your own power. Upon casting this spell, you touch a living creature that has -1 or fewer hit points. If the subject fails its saving throw, it dies, and you gain 1d8 temporary hit points and a +2 bonus to strength. Additionally, your effective caster level goes up by +1, improving spell effects dependent on caster level. This increase is in effective caster level does not grant you access to more spells. These effects last for 10 minutes per hit dice of the subject creature. But no, if you have to like cast a spell at a lower level, then you can use this to increase your level and then cast that spell at the higher level, I guess, than you would normally otherwise have to. The effects last for 10 minutes per hit dice of the subject creature. Death Ward, Necromancy, level Cleric 4, Death 4, Druid 5, Paladin 4. Components VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target, living creature, touch. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw, will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. The subject is immune to all death spells. Magical death effects, energy drain, and any negative energy effects of this shit right here. Death Canal. Yeah, if the, let's see, duration, saving throw, casting time, 1 standard action. Okay. Creature touched for level saving throw will negate spell resistance yet. The subject is immune to all death spells. The spell doesn't remove negative levels that the subject has already gained, nor does it affect the saving throw necessary 24 hours after gaining a negative level. Death Ward does not protect against other sorts of attacks, even if those attacks might be lethal. So it just protects against Death Canal. Death. Okay. Anyway, got it. Death Watch, Necromancy, Evil, Level Cleric 1, Components VS, Casting Time 1, Standard Action Range 30 feet, Area Cone Shape, Divination, Duration 10 minutes per level, Saving Throw, non-spell resistance, no. Using the foul sight granted by the powers of unlife, you can determine the condition of creatures near death within the spell's range. You instantly can know whether each creature within the area is dead, fragile, alive, and wounded with 3 or fewer hit points left. Fighting off death, alive with 4 or more hit points. Undead, or neither alive nor dead, such as a construct. Death Watch sees through any spell or ability that allows creatures to feign death. Deep Slumber, Enchantment, Compulsion, Mind Affecting. Level, Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Range. Close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. This spell functions like sleep, except that it affects 10 hit dice of creatures. And I think to get these spells, it's like bards can go to sorcerers and wizards to learn this. Deeper Darkness, Evocation Darkness. Level, Cleric 3, duration 1 day per level. D. This spell functions like darkness, except that the object radiates shadowy illumination in a 60-foot radius. Shadowy illumination cast out to a 20-foot radius. Okay. Okay, 60-foot radius, and darkness lasts longer. Daylight brought into an area of deeper darkness or vice versa is temporarily negated so that otherwise prevailing light conditions exist in the overlapping areas of effect. Deeper darkness counters and dispels any light spell or equal or lower level, including daylight and light. So in the area where between, like, say, an object of darkness and an object of daylight, you can get like just normal light conditions or normal darkness conditions, depending. Delay Poison, Conjuration, Healing, Level, Bard 2, Cleric 2, Druid 2, Paladin 2, Ranger 1, Components VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action, range, touch, target creature touch, duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw, Fortitude negates, harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. The subject becomes temporarily immune to poison. Any poison in its system, or any poison to which it is exposed during the spell's duration, does not affect the subject until the spell's duration has expired. Delay poison does not cure any damage that poison may have already done. What component? Temporarily immune to poison. How do you manage that? What's the component there? Alright. Delayed Blast Fireball, Evocation Fire, level Sorcerer Wizard 7. So Osric. Duration 5 rounds or less, see text. This spell functions like Fireball, except that it is more powerful and can detonate up to 5 rounds after the spell is cast. The burst of flame deals 1d6 points of fire damage per caster level, maximum 20d6. The glowing bead created by Delayed Blast Fireball can detonate immediately if you desire, or you can choose to delay the burst for as many as 5 rounds. You select the amount of delay upon completing the spell, and that time cannot change once it has been set unless someone touches the bead. See below. If you choose a delay, the glowing bead sits at its destination until it detonates. A creature can pick up and hurl the bead as a thrown weapon, range increment 10 feet. If the creature handles and moves the bead within 1 round of its detonation, there's a 25% chance that the bead detonates while being handled. It creates a glowing bead. If you desire, you can choose to for 5 rounds. Neat. You can make a hand grenade. Demand, enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level sorcerer wizard 8. Saving throw, will, partial, spell resistance, yes. This spell functions like sending, but the message can also contain a suggestion. See the suggestion spell, which the subject does its best to carry out. A successful will save negates the suggestion effect, but not the contact itself. The demand, if received, is understood, even if the subject's intelligence score is as low as 1. If the message is impossible or meaningless according to the circumstances that exist for the subject at the time the demand is issued, the message is understood, but the suggestion is ineffective. The demand message to the creature must be 25 words or less, including the suggestion. The creature can also give a short reply immediately. Material component, a short piece of copper wire and some small part of the subject, a hair, a bit of nail, etc. The like. Okay. Functions like sending. Suggestion. So this is demand. So, okay. Desecrate, evocation, evil, level, cleric 2, evil 2, components, VS, M, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. The material component is a vial of unholy water and 25 gold pieces worth 5 pounds of silver dust, all of which must be sprinkled around the area. Range close, area 20-foot radius, emanation, duration 2 hours per level, saving throw none, spell resistance yes. This spell imbues an area with negative energy. Each charisma check made to turn undead within this area takes a -3 profane penalty, and every undead creature entering a desecrated area gains a +1 profane bonus on attack rolls, damage rolls, and saving throws. An undead creature created within or summoned into such an area gains +1 hit points per hit dice. If the desecrated area contains an altar, shrine, or other permanent fixture dedicated to your deity or aligned higher power, the modifiers given above are doubled. -6 profane penalty on turning checks, +2 profane bonus, and +2 hit points per hit dice for undead in the area. Furthermore, anyone who casts animate dead within this area may create as many as double the normal amount of undead, that is, 4 hit dice per cast level rather than 2 hit dice per cast level. If the area contains an altar, shrine, or other permanent fixture of a deity, pantheon, or higher power other than your patron, the Desecrate spell instead curses the area, cutting off its connection with the associated deity or power. This secondary function, if used, does not also grant the bonuses and penalties related to undead as given above. Desecrate counters and dispels consecrate material component, wow, unholy water. So, unholy. So if like an evil cleric comes into the druid grove, it could fuck things up. Or if it goes into the ashram, it could fuck things up. And heavy clerics roaming around with their unholy water could be a problem. You have to defeat them. Cleric, evil clerics roaming around can be definitely a good quest to go and just like get rid of them because they're going around destroying all the shrines and ashrams and stuff. Destruction, necromancy, death. Level cleric 7, death 7 components, VSF, casting time. 1 standard action, range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels, target 1 creature, duration, instantaneous, saving throw, fortitude, partial, spell resistance, yes. This spell instantly slays the subject and consumes its remains, but not its equipment and possessions, utterly. If the target's fortitude saving throw succeeds, it instead takes 10d6 points of damage. The only way to restore life to a character who has failed to save against this spell is to use True Resurrection, a carefully worded wish spell, followed by Resurrection or Miracle, or hopefully that character has cloned itself. So you bring an evil cleric to Osric and try to destruction him, and he has a clone ready to go. Focus, a special holy or unholy symbol of silver, marked with verses of anathema, cost 500 gold pieces. Yeah, in the event of him losing his life to certain spells or a range of spells. death spells, like if someone does any necromancy spells on him, then his soul goes into one of his clones. His unseen servants are going to have to be there to take care of things. Detect animals or plants. Divination. Level Druid 1, Ranger 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area cone shaped emanation. Duration. Concentration up to 10 minutes per level. The saving throw. None. Spell resistance no. You can detect a particular kind of animal or plant in a cone emanating out from you in whatever direction you face. You must think of a kind of animal or plant when using the spell, but you can change the animal or plant kind each round. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you search a particular area or focus on a specific kind of animal or plant. First round, presence or absence of that kind of animal or plant in the area. Second round, number of individuals of the specified kind and the condition of the healthiest specimen. Third round, the condition, see below, and location of each individual present. If an animal or plant is outside your line of sight, then you discern its direction, but not its exact location. Got it. And Osric the Usurper. Conditions. For purposes of this spell, the categories of condition are as follows. Normal has at least 90% of full normal hit points, free of disease. Fair, 39% of full normal hit points remaining. Poor, less than 30% of full normal hit points remaining, afflicted with the disease or suffering from a debilitating injury. Weak, 0 fewer hit points remaining, afflicted with disease in the terminal stage or crippled. So if Radagast wants to go find all the weak animals of a particular kind, and he can cast this. If a creature falls into more than one category, the spell indicates the weaker of the two. Each round, you can turn to detect a kind of animal or plant in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks it. Detect chaos. Divination, cleric 1 level cleric 1. This spell functions like detect evil, except that it detects the auras of chaotic creatures, clerics of chaotic deities, chaotic spells, and chaotic magic items, and you are vulnerable to an overwhelming chaotic aura if you are lawful. Aura power. Creature, object, evil creature, hit dice, faint, 10 or lower, moderate, 11, 25, strong, 26 to 50, overwhelming, 15 or higher. Undead, faint 2 or lower, moderate 3 to 8, strong 9 to 20, overwhelming 20 or higher. Evil outsider, faint 1 or lower, moderate 2 to 4, strong 5 to 10, overwhelming 11 or higher. Cleric of an evil deity, class levels 2, except for undead and outsiders, which have their own entries on the table. Some characters who are not clerics may radiate an aura of equivalent power. This class description will indicate whether this applies. Faint 1, 2 to 4, 5 to 10, 11 or higher. Evil, magic item or spell, cast a level 2nd or lower, 3rd to 8th, 9th to 20th, 21st or higher. Okay. Detect evil, divination, level cleric 1. Components, VSDF, casting time, 1 standard action, range 60 feet, area, cone-shaped emanation, duration, concentration up to 10 minutes per level, saving throw, none, spell resistance, no. You can sense the presence of evil. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area or subject. First round, presence or absence of evil. For second round, number of evil auras, creatures, objects, or spells in the area, and the power of the most potent evil aura present. If you are of good alignment and the strongest evil aura's power is overwhelming, and the hit dice or level of the aura source is at least twice your character level, you are stunned for one round and the spell ends. Third round, the power and location of each aura. If an aura is outside your line of sight, then you discern its direction but not its exact location. Aura power. An evil aura's power depends on the type of evil creature or object that you're detecting and its hit dice, caster level, or, in the case of a cleric, class level. See the accompanying table. If an aura falls into more than one strength category, the spell indicates the stronger of the two. Lingering aura. An evil aura lingers after its original source dissipates, in the case of a spell, or is destroyed in the case of a creature or magic item. If detect evil is cast and directed at such a location, the spell indicates an aura strength of dim, even weaker than a faint aura. How long the aura lingers at this dim level depends on its original power. Original strength, faint, duration of lingering aura, 1d6 round. Moderate, 1d6 minutes. Strong, 1d6 times 10 minutes. And overwhelming, 1d6 days. Animals, traps, poisons, and other potential perils are not evil, and as such, this spell does not detect them. Each round, you can turn to detect evil in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, thin sheet of lead, 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks it. Detect good, divination, level cleric 1. This spell functions like detect evil, except that it detects the aura of good creatures, clerics or paladins of good deities, good spells, and good magic items, and you are vulnerable to an overwhelming good aura if you are evil. Healing potions, antidotes, and similar beneficial items are not detectable by this spell. Detect law, divination, level cleric 1. This spell functions like detect evil, except that it detects the auras of lawful creatures, clerics of lawful deities, lawful spells, and lawful magic items, and you are vulnerable to an overwhelming lawful aura if you are chaotic. Detect magic, divination, level bard 0, cleric 0, 0, 0, sorcerer with 0, component VS. Cast time 1 standard action. Range 60 feet. Area, cone-shaped emanation. Duration. Concentration, up to 1 minute per level. The saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You detect magical auras. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area or subject. First round, presence or absence of magical auras. Second round, number of different magical auras and the power of the most potent aura. Third round, the strength and location of each aura. If the items or creatures bearing the auras are in line of sight, you can make spellcraft skill checks to determine the school of magic involved in each. Make 1 check per aura, DC 15 plus spell level, or 15 plus half caster level for a non-spell effect. Magical areas, multiple types of magic, or strong local magical emanations may distort or conceal weaker auras. Aura strength. An aura's power depends on a spell's functioning spell level or an item's caster level. If an aura falls into more than one category, detect magic indicates the stronger of the two. Lingering aura. A magical aura lingers after its original source dissipates in the case of a spell or is destroyed in the case of an item. If detect magic is cast and directed at such a location, the spell indicates an aura strength of dim, even weaker than a faint aura. How long the aura lingers at this dim level depends on its original power. Overwhelming, 1d6 days. Strong, 1d6 times 10 minutes. Moderate, 1d6 minutes. Faint, 1d6 rounds. And remember, a round is 6 seconds. Outsiders and elementals are not magical in themselves, but if they are summoned, the conjuration spell registers. Each round, you can turn to detect magic in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks it. Detect magic can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Okay, so the aura powers. Spell or object. Functioning spell, spell level, and magic item caster level. So faint, 3rd or lower. Moderate, 4th through 6th. Strong, 7th through 9th. Overwhelming, 10th plus DV level. 5th magic item, 5th or lower. 6th to 11th. 12th to 20th. And 21st plus artifact. Detect poison. Divination. Level cleric 0, druid 0, paladin 1, ranger 1, sorcerer wizard 0. Components VS. Casting time 1, standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target or area 1 creature, 1 object, or a 5-foot cube. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You determine whether a creature, object, or area has been poisoned or is poisonous. You can determine the exact type of poison with a DC 20 wisdom check. A character with the craft alchemy skill may try a DC 20 craft alchemy check if the wisdom check fails, or may try the craft alchemy check prior to the wisdom check. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks it. So you can determine if a drink is poisoned really easily, even at a low level. Females be cast and detect poison on all their drinks. Detect scrying. Divination. Level bard 4, sorcerer wizard 4. Components VSM. The material component of this is a small piece of mirror and a miniature brass hearing trumpet. Okay, so yes, and cast time 1 standard action, range 40 feet, area 40 feet radius, emanation centered on you, duration 24 hours, saving throw none, spell resistance no. You immediately become aware of any attempt to observe you by means of a divination, scrying spell, or effect. The spell's area radiates from you and moves as you move. You know the location of every magical sensor within the spell's area. If the scrying attempt originates within the area, you also can know its location. Otherwise, you and the scryer immediately make opposed caster level checks, 1d20 plus caster level. Okay, now I've just imagined that scrying could be used as security cameras. The wizard puts little glass eyeballs all over the place. If you at least match the scryer's result, you get a visual image of the scryer and an accurate sense of his or her direction and distance from you. Small piece of mirror. Miniature brass. I wonder how you could depict this, like in a comic book style. Like you have Osric scrying to see who's coming up the path with his little glass eyeballs everywhere. He looks into a mirror, perhaps. Detect secret doors. Divination. Level Bard 1, Knowledge 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 60 feet. Area cone-shaped emanation. Duration, concentration up to 1 minute per level. The saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. You can detect secret doors, compartments, caches, and so forth. Only passages, doors, or openings that have been specifically constructed to escape detection are detected by this spell. To escape detection. Detect secret doors. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area or subject. First round, presence or absence of a secret door. Second round, number of secret doors and the location of each. If an aura is outside your line of sight, then you discern its direction, but not its exact location. Each additional round, the mechanism or trigger for one particular secret portal closely examined by you. Each round, you can turn to detect secret doors in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks it. Detect snares and pits. Divination level Druid 1, Ranger 1. Components VS. Casting time 1. Standard action range 60 feet. Area cone shape. Divination. Duration. Concentration. Up to 10 minutes per level. The saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You can detect simple pits, deadfalls, and snares, as well as mechanical traps constructed of natural materials. The spell does not detect complex traps, including trapdoor traps. Detect snares and pits. Does detect certain natural hazards: quicksand, a snare, a sinkhole, a pit, or unsafe walls of natural rock, a deadfall. However, it does not reveal other potentially dangerous conditions. The spell does not detect magic traps, except those that operate by pit, deadfall, or snaring. See the spell snare. Nor mechanically complex ones, nor those that have been rendered safe or inactive. Okay, so if you cast this spell on an area that has simple snares, you can see them. Or you can see quicksand. You can see pits. Areas between you can see that there's an area between rocks that's unsafe to walk through. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area. First round, presence or absence of hazards. Second round, number of hazards and the location of each. If a hazard is outside your line of sight, then you discern its direction, but not its exact location. Each additional round, its general type and trigger for one particular hazard closely examined by you. Each round, you can turn to detect snares and pits in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks it. Detect thoughts, divination, mind affecting, level, bard 2, knowledge 2, sorcerer wizard 2, components VS, F, DF. The arcane focus is a copper piece. Casting time, 1 standard action, range 60 feet, aura, cone shaped divination, duration, concentration up to 1 minute per level. The saving throw will negate detect to spell resistance no. You detect surface thoughts. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area or subject. First round, presence or absence of thoughts from conscious creatures with intelligence scores of 1 or higher. Second round, number of thinking minds and the intelligence score of each. If the highest intelligence is 26 or higher and at least 10 points higher than your own intelligence score, you are stunned for 1 round and the spell ends. Bard 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. The spell does not let you determine the location of the thinking minds if you can't see the creatures whose thoughts you are detecting. Third round, surface thoughts of any mind in the area. A target's will save prevents you from reading its thoughts, and you must cast Detect Thoughts again to have another chance. Creatures of animal intelligence, intelligence 1 or 2, have simple, instinctual thoughts that you can pick up. Each round, you can turn to detect thoughts in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but stone, metal, lead, wood, and dirt blocks it. Arcane focus, a copper piece. You can detect thoughts with a piece of copper. Fascinating. Detect undead, divination cleric 1, paladin 1, sorcerer wizard 1. Opponents VSM, DF. Arcane material component, a bit of earth from a grave. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range 60 feet. Area cone shaped emanation. Duration concentration up to 1 minute. Level D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance, no. You can detect the aura that surrounds undead creatures. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area. First round, presence or absence of undead auras. Second round, number of undead auras in the area and strength of the strongest undead aura present. If you're a good alignment, the strongest undead aura strength is overwhelming, and the creature has hit dice of at least twice your character level, you are stunned for 1 round and the spell ends. Third round, the strength and location of each undead aura. If an aura is outside your line of sight, then you discern its direction, but not its exact location. Aura strength, the strength of an undead aura is determined by the hit dice of the undead creature as given on the following table. 1 or lower, faint. 2 to 4, moderate. 5 to 10, strong. 11 or higher, overwhelming. So if there's an undead dragon around, you're stunned. Lingering aura. An undead aura lingers after its original source is destroyed. If detect undead is cast and directed at such a location, the spell indicates the aura strength of dim, even weaker than a faint aura. How long the aura lingers at this dim level depends on its original power. Faint, 1d6 rounds. Moderate, 1d6 minutes. Strong, 1d6 times 10 minutes. Overwhelming, 1d6 days. Each round, you can turn to detect undead in a new area. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 1 foot of stone, common metal, 1 thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood, or dirt blackened. Arcane material component, a bit of earth from a grave. Dictum. Evocation, lawful, sonic, level, cleric 7, law 7, components B, casting time, 1 standard action, range, 40 feet, area, non-lawful creatures in a 40-foot radius spread centered on you. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, none or will negate, see text. Spell resistance, yes. Any non-lawful creature within the area of a dictum spell suffers the following ill effects. Hit dice equal to caster level. Effect defeated. Up to caster level 1, slowed, deafened. Oh, the deafened, not defeated. This is deafened. Up to caster level 5, paralyzed, slowed, deafened. Up to caster level 10, killed, paralyzed, slowed, deafened. The effects are cumulative and concurrent. No saving throw is allowed against these effects. Deafened, the creature is deafened for 1d4 rounds. Slowed, the creature is slowed as by the slow spell for 1d4 rounds. Paralyzed, the creature is paralyzed and helpless for 1d10 minutes. Killed. Living creatures die. Undead creatures are destroyed. Dictum. Evocation, lawful, and sonic. Non-lawful creatures. Dictum spell suffers. Furthermore, if you are on your home plane when you cast this spell, non-lawful extraplanar creatures within the area are instantly banished back to their home planes. Creatures so banished cannot return for at least 24 hours. This effect takes place regardless of whether the creatures hear the dictum. The banishment effect allows a will save at a -4 penalty to negate. Creatures whose hit dice exceed your cast level are unaffected by dictum. Dimension Door. Conjuration, teleportation. Level. Bard 4. Sorcerer Wizard 4. Travel 4. Components. B. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. Long. 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Target. You and touched objects or other touched willing creatures. Duration. Instantaneous. Saving throw. None. Will negates effect. Spell resistance. No. And yes. Object. You instantly suffer. Suffer. I need some more coffee. You instantly transfer yourself from your current location to any other spot within range. You always arrive at exactly the spot desired, whether by simply visualizing the area or by stating direction. After using this spell, you can't take any other actions until your next turn. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed your maximum load. You may also bring 1 additional willing, medium, or smaller creature carrying gear or objects up to its maximum load or its equivalent per 3 caster levels. A large creature counts as 2 medium creatures, a huge creature counts as 2 large creatures, and so forth. All creatures to be transported must be in contact with one another, and at least one of those creatures must be in contact with you. If you arrive in a place that is already occupied by a solid body, you and each creature traveling with you take 1d6 points of damage and are shunted to a random open space on a suitable surface within 100 feet of the intended location. If there is no free space within 100 feet, you and each creature traveling with you take an additional 2d6 points of damage and are shunted to a free space within 1,000 feet. If there is no free space within 1,000 feet, you and each creature traveling with you take an additional 46 points of damage, and the spell simply fails. Dimensional Anchor. Abjuration. This one's Conjuration. Teleportation. Cleric 4, Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect Ray. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. Object. A green ray springs from your outstretched hand. You must make a ranged touch attack to hit the target. Any creature or object struck by the ray is covered with a shimmering emerald field that completely blocks extra-dimensional travel. Forms of movement barred by a dimensional anchor include astral projection, blink, dimension door, ethereal jaunt, etherealness, gate, maze, plane shift, shadow walk, teleport, and similar spell-like abilities. The spell also prevents the use of a gate or teleportation circle for the duration of the spell. A dimensional anchor does not interfere with the movement of creatures already in ethereal or astral form when the spell is cast, nor does it block extra-dimensional perception or attack forms. Also, Dimensional Anchor does not prevent summoned creatures from disappearing at the end of a summoning spell. Dimensional Lock. Abjuration. Level Cleric 8, Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area 20-foot radius emanation centered on a point in space. Duration 1 day per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. You can create a shimmering emerald barrier that completely blocks extra-dimensional travel. Forms of movement barred include astral projection, blink, dimension door, ethereal jaunt, etherealness, gate, maze, plane shift, shadow walk, teleport, and similar spell abilities. Ethereal jaunt, etherealness. Okay, that also I understand. Gate. Let's look for gate real quick. Oh, he passed it up. Gentle repose. Box was kind of annoying. Gate. Conjuration. Creation or calling. Level. Cleric 9. Sorcerer Wizard 9. Components VS. XP. See text. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect. See text. Duration. Instantaneous or concentration up to 1 round per level. See text. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Casting a gate spell has 2 effects. First, it creates an interdimensional connection between your plane of existence and a plane you specify, allowing travel between those 2 planes in either direction. Second, you may then call a planar individual or kind of being through the gate. The gate itself is a circular hoop or disc from 5 to 20 feet in diameter, caster's choice, oriented in the direction you desire when it comes into existence, typically vertical and facing you. It is a 2-dimensional window looking into the plane you specified when casting the spell, and anyone or anything that moves through is shunted instantly to the other side. The gate has a front and a back. Creatures moving through the gate from the front are transported to the plane. Creatures moving through it from the back are not. Planar travel. As a mode of planar travel, a gate spell functions much like a plane shift spell, except that the gate opens precisely at the point you desire. Look at all this. A creation effect. Deities and other beings who rule a planar realm can prevent a gate from opening in their presence or personal dimensions if they so desire. Travelers need not join hands with you. Anyone who chooses to step through the portal is transported. A gate cannot be opened to another point on the same plane. The spell works only for interplanar travel. You may hold the gate open only for a brief time, no more than 1 round per caster. Point on the same plane. So you can't use it to just teleport on the same plane. You may hold the gate open only for a brief time, no more than 1 round per caster level, and you must concentrate on doing so, or else the interplanar connection is severed. Calling creatures. The second effect of the gate spell is to call an extraplanar creature to your aid, a calling effect, by naming a particular being or kind of being as you cast the spell. You cause the gate to open in the immediate vicinity of the desired creature and pull the subject through, willing or unwilling. Deities and unique beings are under no compulsion to come through the gate, although they may choose to do so of their own accord. This use of the spell creates a gate that remains open just long enough to transport the called creatures. This use of the spell has an XP cost, see below. If you choose to call a kind of creature instead of a known individual, you may call either a single creature of any hit dice or several creatures. You can call and control several creatures as long as their hit dice total does not exceed your caster level. In the case of a single creature, you can control it if its hit dice do not exceed twice your caster level. A single creature within more hit dice than twice your caster level can't be controlled. Deities and unique beings cannot be controlled in any event. An uncontrolled being acts as it pleases, making the calling of such creatures rather dangerous. An uncontrolled being may return to its home plane at any time. A controlled creature can be commanded to perform a service for you. Such services fall into two categories: immediate tasks and contractual service. Fighting for you in a single battle or taking any other actions that can be accomplished within one round per caster level count as an immediate task. You need not make any agreement or pay any reward for the creature's help. The creature departs at the end of the spell, and I think you should have to pay it. If you choose to exact a longer or more involved form of service from the called creature, you must offer some fair trade in return for that service. The service exacted must be reasonable with respect to the promised favor or reward. See Lesser Planar Allies spell for the appropriate reward. Some creatures may want their payment in livestock rather than in coin, which could involve complications. Immediately upon completion of the service, the being is transported to your vicinity, and you must then and there turn over the promised reward. After this is done, the creature is instantly freed to return to its own plane. Failure to fulfill the promise to the letter results in your being subject to service by the creature or by its liege and master, at the very least. At worst, the creature or its kin may attack and eat you. Note, when you use a calling spell such as Gate to call an air, chaotic, earth, evil, fire, good, lawful, or water creature, it becomes a spell of that type. XP cost 1,000 XP only for the calling creature's function. All right. Anyway. So his maze, plane shift, shadow walk, teleport, similar spell like that. This spell also prevents the use of a gate or teleportation circle for the duration of the spell. So, Osric can cast gate and pull through some planar deities to attack you in his labyrinth. A dimensional anchor does not interfere with the movement of creatures already in ethereal astral form when the spell is cast, nor does it block extra-dimensional perception or attack forms. Also, dimensional anchor does not prevent summoned creatures from disappearing at the end of a summoning spell. Does not prevent. Dimensional lock, abjuration, cleric 8, sorcerer wizard 8. Components VS, casting time 1 standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area, 20-foot radius. Emanation centered on a point in space. Duration, 1 day per level. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, yes. You create a shimmering emerald barrier that completely blocks extra-dimensional travel. Forms of movement barred include astral projection, blink, dimension door, ethereal jaunt, etherealness, gate, maze, plane shift, shadow walk, teleport, and similar spell-like abilities. Once dimensional lock is in place, extra-dimensional travel into or out of the area is not possible. A dimensional lock does not interfere with the movement of creatures already in ethereal or astral form when the spell is cast, nor does it block extra-dimensional perception or attack forms. Also, the spell does not prevent summoned creatures from disappearing at the end of a summoning spell. Diminish plants. Transmutation. Level, Druid 3, Ranger 3. Components, VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, see text. Target or area, see text. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. This spell is 2 versions. Prune growth. This version causes normal vegetation within long range, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level, to shrink to about 1/3 of their normal size, becoming untangled and less bushy. The affected vegetation appears to have been carefully pruned and trimmed. I'm just saying, hire a gardener. He hires a gardener that's a druid. Druids can be gardeners for hire. Stop and make a new one after this. Discern. Okay, so anyway, less bushy. The affected vegetation appears to have been carefully pruned and trimmed. At your option, the area can be a 100-foot radius circle, a 150-foot radius semicircle, or a 200-foot radius quarter circle. You may also designate portions of the area that are not affected. Stunt growth. This version targets normal plants within a range of a half mile, reducing their potential productivity over the course of the following year to 1/3 below normal. Diminished plants counters plant growth. The spell has no effect on plant creatures. Right. Discern Lies, Divination, level Cleric 4, Paladin 3, components VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration, concentration up to 1 round per level. Saving throw, will, negates, or spell resistance, no. Each round, you concentrate on one subject who must be within range. You know if the subject deliberately and knowingly speaks a lie by discerning disturbances in its aura caused by lying. The spell does not reveal the truth, uncover unintentional inaccuracies, or necessarily reveal evasions. Each round, you may concentrate on a different subject. All right. The next one is discern location, but I need to go make dinner now.